breaking. Let's go, baby! Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ha! No way! Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You...
Guess who's first?
What did I do? It's an accident. Freaking Beetle.
Yo-yo.
I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Danelle, go to the fire thing. It teleports us.
I want my money back.
I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah!
Yo-yo.
24 hours done. 24 hours finished.
Wait.
Oh, time to beat.
I thought I was
23
on
hours,
stream
28
for a
minutes.
second. I was like,
Oh my god! We did it!
why not?
We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
What the fuck up? Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him 50 bucks. What if I put on a song I just heard? Ooh, how about this? Hey, what's up, Dalton? We don't have a song quest on right now. Oh, so tired. Ooh, what's up, Nathan? Yo. Like my heartbeat up there. Oh, there's an ad playing. Oopsie doopsie. Rock and rave. What do you guys think of this song? It's a Red Hot Chili Peppers song that's like newer? I don't know. The next couple of days is gonna be interesting around here. I agree with the decision. 3 should be max. Any more than that gets scammed. 3 should be max what? What decision? Thick. 3 songs? Oh, three. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. The buy I'm old. Yeah. I redeemed the points back to you. I felt like 4 would be way too much. Yeah. I'm too nice though, so I gave you back the points. But what's Zussi? Zebra? Zebra? Is that for zebras? Doesn't the song sound cool? So we're not doing the sponsorship today, as you guys might have noticed. Summer to end. What's up, D now? But yeah, we're not gonna do the sponsorship yet. I was looking more into it. You got like people would have to pay for the package. You'd have to pay money, and then you get additional benefits. So I'm still not sure if I want to do it. But even if I do it, I don't know how to get audio into the kitchen to cook. I don't know how to make that happen. You know what I mean? Nah, I don't want to put Rock and Rave right now. Sorry. Hey, we don't all love underage porn songs, okay? Chill. It was a good song, but not that chill, bro. Wait, so are you getting permabanned, man? Doctor's getting permabanned. I did like it. Yeah, I like the song. Wireless audio set. Yeah. I was looking into it. Like summer to end. I honestly don't know exactly how it works. Plus, the good ones are expensive. They're like $100 or something. If someone actually spends money on the fresh thing, then I would get it. But otherwise, it's not worth it to me, I think, right now. Because I don't have much money. Okay, so it's impossible for... I actually tried to add that, but it's impossible to have all emotes added and for stream elements to respond. Or it's not impossible, but I don't have to pay to make it happen. So, yeah. I always try to figure out who's Doctor. Doctor is Dr. Gurr. I figured it would be impossible. Yeah, it's not impossible, though, which is kind of cool. The annoying thing is, obviously, that I would have to... this is a good song. The other thing is I would have to also figure out... Wait. You know what this song is from? This song, when I was in Japan, me and a couple of friends went to a recording studio, and played music. And one of them mentioned this song to learn together, and we learned this song together. I was playing on guitar. There was another guitarist. We had a drummer, and we had a bass guitarist. And then singer. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, this brings back memories, man. Is that why you think I should have a gun emote? Shoot that butthole, bro. Shit, why are you shooting me, bro? My mama? Why would you do that? But yeah, it's not impossible, Doctor. It's just tricky. But there's some... I added some other stuff that stream elements will have as a response. By the way, some news. Understand being that they don't understand. This is giving me memories. Like I was... Oh, damn. Last night. I gotta add this to a playlist. Anyway, sorry. I'm getting so distracted. I'm like tired today. So, today we're gonna be watching all the Super Bowl commercials because I don't know, why not? And we're gonna rate all of them or whatever. And tomorrow we're gonna have a collab stream, which should be a really cool one. I'll give more details on that tomorrow. And Friday, we might start the oh yeah, the solo's coming up. I remember now. We might start the sponsorship. Not sure yet. Have you seen any of the commercials? No, I kind of saw one of them, but I didn't pay too much attention to it. So. People, they don't understand. Do you guys like this song? Sorry, I want the song to finish before moving on. It's just very memorable or nostalgic. Nostalgia. Don't like. No, don't shoot. So good. Do you use these emotes in other chats? Just out of curiosity. I'm like looking at our emotes right now. We have pretty good emotes, right? We're gonna have more soon. Okay, let's get started. Wait, before we get started, how's everyone doing? I'm like so into this song, I can't concentrate. How's everyone's doing? How's everyone's life going? Oops, lie. Hey, chill. Don't shoot my doggo. Oh, what is this from? This is from some anime. Wait, let me see. Live. Bada bing, bada boom. He's so perfect. True. I don't use your emotes. Wow, what an asshole. Why not, huh? No good ones? Shut up. Are you telling me the good night one is not a good one? Are you telling me the raid one is not a good one? How is this one not a good emote, bro? Stupid. You gotta PB it. Can I play it on stream? There's some might of B use her that you're trying to get the. That's not how it works, bro. These are good. Shut up, Dino. Yeah? Okay. No. Bro, this is like 2002 quality. Which is fine, I guess, but. You could just run through everyone. Nice. You should do speedrunning for speedrun.com or something. You're so excited that you got PP, right? You put her upside down, bro. I can't see it. I'll take your word for it. I need a troll emote. Very nice, Dalton. Very nice. I'm sorry, Dogo. No! Okay, I'm not gonna lie. That's actually really good. Because you could use that like for so many things. What the hell? Gun is good. It was 20 seconds? Nice. I don't know like if that's good or bad, but I'm assuming that's well, you said it's a PB, so that's awesome. Like, what would a troll emote look like, though? I feel like you guys use this as a troll emote already, no? 4 seconds off world record. Oh, shit. You see? Look. Dinel's using it as a troll emote. What else do you want from me? A gun emote would be cool, though. But, I mean, it wouldn't be very original, because Jazzy already has a gun emote. What if we do something anime related, like a sword emote? I don't know. You here, son? I'm right here. I am a bit tired, though. And I'm not your son. I'm your daughter. All right. Let's start. Let's start. What's up, guys? Today we're gonna go over all the Super Bowl commercials and rate them. I haven't seen any of them, so let's start. Nah, make gun emote, but there's already a gun emote. Why would I make another gun emote? I wrote it down as a note, but like, ooh, yeah, that sword one would be cool. Sir Sword. Yeah, you could do a lot of cool stuff with the Twitch global emotes. So, but you got this, Dalton. Go for the world record, bro. I got that emote as a gift. I ain't gonna pay her. That's pretty cool, though. All right, let's start. I guess we don't need background music for this, huh? I didn't think about that.
The boundary of human achievement.
Salesforce.
The new frontier.
No, why are they telling us where it's from? Oh. Oh. Oh, that was cool.
It's not time to escape. It's time to engage. It's time to plant more trees.
Woo! There's the guy that talks like this.
Trust. Time to make more space for all of us. So while the others look to the metaverse and Mars, let's stay here and restore ours. Yeah, time to
Mars.
blaze our trail.
Ours. You get it?
Because the new frontier, it ain't rocket science. It's right here.
Is he gonna get hit in the... oh. I thought he was just gonna get killed right there or something. That was decent. I would rate that 5 out of 10, you know? Nothing too special. Nothing that bad. The transition with to the water was nice, though. And the idea was nice. Stop shooting people. Salesforce. You know what Salesforce is? Nissan, my cousin's name.
Nice ride. Want to give it a spin?
Ooh.
Coffee's
Oh, wait. No one likes her.
Nice ride.
No one likes her. Bree. Her name is Bree, right? Something. No one likes her. Feel kind of bad.
Want to give it a spin?
Coffee's enough excitement for me.
You want that car in but in orange? Ha, loser. Just ride the bus like us, like all of us. All right? Bus, train, it's better forms of transportation.
Come on.
It's also a famous guy.
Very nice.
They're using copyrighted music, bro. They gotta stop doing that.
Catherine?
What the?
It's a good song. Oh, that's from Guardians of the Galaxy, right?
There in 2 seconds.
The hell?
Well, cock-a-doodle-doo.
Cock a doodle do.
Send him.
Watch the coffee.
So stupid. What?
Shotgun.
He doesn't even get to drive the car, bro. That's sexist. Because of its sexism, I rate it 0 out of 10. I'm just joking. I think that was the coffee part was cool. Everything else was just like a decent whatever commercial. 3 out of 10. I like her song from Scott versus the World. Oh, I don't know anything about that. Verizon. What the hell?
Thanks. I don't need cable.
Jim
I have
Carrey.
Verizon 5G internet.
Never heard of it.
5G ultra wideband? It's way better.
I see. So somehow your home is connected to Verizon's ultra-fast 5G network
Wirelessly.
without miles and miles of this. Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Wait! Can I see it?
Sure.
I love Jim Carrey.
They must have locked you into quite a contract.
Nope.
Hidden fees?
Nope. Price is the price. Got one in my shop too. Runs my business.
This may be illegal. I'm gonna need to know who installed this.
Me. It's plug and play. But you can have Verizon install it.
Nice van.
The hell?
Reception's good. But I'll come back tomorrow and double check. No,
no, I don't think we'll need you to come.
Cable guy. 8 out of 10, baby. Jim Carrey, 8 out of 10 right there. You don't know what? I don't know. Scott versus the World sounds very familiar, but I don't think I've ever seen that. And tits out of 10? I don't know. Bruh, crazy how 5G is so fast. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't. Yo. I should be a singer.
Greetings, lovers. International superstar John Legend here with a very special gift for you.
Damn, he's sexy.
I'm going to let you sleep with me. Well, not sleep with me. I'm a happily married man. Just regular sleep. Treat yourself to some well-earned self-care by listening to my new Sleepcast on Headspace. It's your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Why did they keep zooming into his pee-pee? That's mad sus. What a weird commercial.
Start your free trial.
That made me feel things. So I would rate that 1,000 out of 10. That was like a 9.5 out of 10. I don't know how I feel about that. It's a city people only commercial because I can't get that. Lol. Because Cali sucks.
Tonight.
My fellow gods, the dark sky.
Okay, I have seen a bit of this commercial, but I haven't seen the whole thing, so I think it's okay.
It is time for Susan and I to retire.
But where will you go?
That guy was sexy.
Zeus! Sorry, Zeus! I need a charge in the... Oh! Thanks!
Sweetheart, it's not rocket science. I'm heading out. Don't forget to take Peggy for a walk.
Yo, Zeus, a little juice.
We'll see about that. Everything okay out there, baby?
What the hell?
Peggy, a little walk, huh?
He just killed everyone.
I figure you could use a little pick-me-up.
All electric?
All electric.
The BMW
What?
Electricity in its ultimate form. Avenue.
What? I don't. How does that relate to a car? That's such a dumb commercial. 9 out of 10. Okay. My boy Arnold, he's beautiful. It's just a good commercial. Because cities tend to have everything first, due population density, and bro, is that English? Are you drunk? What are you saying? Cities tend to have everything first, due populate. What does that mean? Due to population density and measures. New York City sucks. Your white taste buds, bro. Californians don't even make sense. I don't even know what you guys are saying. It's an electric car, I guess. Yeah, but like, it was a good commercial. What do we got? Michelob Ultra. I don't know what that even means. Bowling? What is this? Oh, I know that guy. No, I don't know about Mr. Hey, that guy got old. Oh, that's Jesus, so loud. They couldn't audio balance it? Wow. Yo, isn't that Tom Brady? And that's Michael Jackson. Oh, it's about beer. Oh, who's gonna? Oh, it's Manning. It's Eli Manning, or it's one of the Mannings. Michael Jackson's wife. Damn, he just kissed me. That was hot. What does this have to do with bowling? Yo, we all do that. Oh shit. Oh snap. Oh snap. It's Alicia Keys. Oh, Serena Williams. Tom Cruise. What? What kind of commercial was that? I still don't understand what the product is. Michelob Ultra?
Jelly bean time.
Thanks for the jelly. Oi, Steve, it's Tom Holland, the black guy Air Jordan. Because you're a New York City person? Yeah, whatever. It's a good beer. It says Michelob. What is Michelob? Michelob Ultra. What is this? No one did that to make a commercial. No one knows what the hell this is. Huh? I'll say 6 out of 10. I actually still liked it a lot because it was like, it was mad chill and bowling for some reason. Do you know anything about beers? Yeah, I do, but I've never heard of this one. I know that beer sucks ass. That's what I know about beer. Bowling and beer goes together. Yeah, but you could say anyone who loves beer could say beer goes together well with like anything else. It's a red one. Let's see how it tastes. This does not taste good. Oh my god.
We love stuff, and there's some really great stuff out there.
Spedia?
But I doubt that any of us
Who is
look
this
back
guy?
on our lives and think, I wish I'd gotten a slightly sportier SUV, bought an even thinner TV.
What?
Or found a trendier scent.
Oh, because Expedia.
I wish I'd discovered.
Bro, I've seen so many Expedia commercials and I don't remember what it is. What's up, pigeons? BTS and CTS? I wish I got a hotter wife. First get a wife and then. How you doing, pigeons?
A crunchier chip. Found a
Oh, Expedia is travel, yeah? Is it travel? I don't know.
light beer. Or had an even smarter smartphone.
Okay, this commercial is crap.
Do you think any of us will look back in our lives and regret the things we didn't buy?
Like what is this lighting, bro? Even me, as a pleb streamer has better lighting than this commercial, bro. They're paying like $1 million, $2 million just to get on the goddamn Super Bowl, and this is the lighting. Look at that. Look at that. Jesus. Hell commercial indeed.
Or the places we didn't go.
It is the travel. Yeah. I've used Expedia before when I was in Japan. That's why I've used it and I didn't even bro, this commercial was ass. 3 out of 10 because I'm a nice person and I've used them before. Yeah, what did the budget go to? You really don't know what I mean. I don't. I thought BTS was a Korean band. I don't know.
Sally?
Oh, she's mad big right now. Not like big, like she's not like fat. She's just, you know, she's really big nowadays. That's Spider-Man's girlfriend. For all the plebs in chat that don't know.
Sold seashells by the seashore. But her seashells didn't sell so well.
Shucks.
So Sally set up a seashell store on Squarespace.
What?
And soon her seashells started selling.
Damn, she's pretty cute. Sally's seashells. She's getting fatter. Bro. I might have to end stream, bro. Just kidding. Where's Sally's seashells? Squarespace. There must be a Sally's. Come on, bro. Whoa. Oh, I thought they were actually gonna have seashells. If they don't have a seashell website, I'm gonna be sad. Seashell website. Squarespace. Okay, I'm disappointed.
Suddenly, Sally was a seaside sensation. So much so, she also sold swanky seashell accessories.
Damn.
Shiny seashell sequin skirts and sarongs. Seashell Serenity sessions starting sharply at sunrise. Exceptionally savory seaside snacks.
Seriously?
Even seashell excursions of the seashore. To sum it up, Sally's seashells were so successful, she sailed into the setting sun as a seashell celebrity.
He ruined the commercial. I didn't want to see this guy's face. I was fine seeing her face. And he ruined it. But it's okay. It's beatbox? Oh. What type of beatbox? Best box. That was amazing how he said that. I mean, I guess. Shucks. Haha. I get it. That's a 8.5, if not a 10 out of 10. Okay, I'll say 9 out of 10 commercial. I really liked it. What? They gave her 2 commercials, or the guy was like an...
TurboTax Live matches
What was
you
that?
with a tax expert who is right for you.
So, you're a perfect
Oh, God.
match for a freelancer who just bought a home.
Oh, it's a Karen. I'm so tired of TurboTax commercials. I wonder how many takes it took to say all that. True.
It's also her office.
That's right.
What if? I actually have no idea how to freelance. But
What the hell?
I invest in crypto in my hometown of Gravity.
Oh my god, bro.
Crypto is for losers.
I heard that the Super Bowl would have a lot of concentration on crypto. And I completely forgot it until we got to this commercial. This guy is like ready. Jesus. Let's see how it goes.
Then I'd say you're down to
Oh, did you guys see it? Did you guys see what it said? Did you guys see it? I invest in crypto. This is not investment advice or recommendation. Crypto are highly volatile, are subject to significant risks, and may not be suitable for you. Not available in all jurisdictions. Yeah. No shit, bro. The only crypto commercial. Oh, it's the only one?
Then I'd say you're down to earth and help you report your gains and losses.
What if
I work in London, live in New York, shot a Super Bowl commercial in Los Angeles?
Oh, that guy.
Then I'd say congrats. I can sort that all out for you.
Thank you kindly. Well, what if I,
what if I really am a freelancer who just bought a home?
Then you can still hand your taxes off to me to get your maximum refund.
Wow, you really are my perfect match.
Hey, babe.
I don't. Okay. I don't know why the volume is weird there. Like the music was louder than their voices. That was weird. Aside from that, that was a really good commercial, and they didn't really concentrate on crypto. It was literally 1 second of it. That was a really good commercial. The way they moved everything so seamlessly looked mad nice, and I don't know, I liked it. I'd say 7.5 out of 10. He lied. There are like 10 commercials. Oh.
You really are my perfect match.
Hey, babe. Check this out.
I wish I had a babe.
Alexa.
You know what I was doing for Valentine's? Streaming to you guys. Yeah.
It's game day.
Streaming football on Prime Video, closing blinds, chilling rosé.
But that's Black Widow, right?
Rosé?
Well, it's an afternoon game.
Oh. It's like she can read your mind.
What? They slept together? Oh. Oh, I thought she was gonna be sleeping with the Amazon Echo thing.
Ordering fresh mint mouthwash.
The Fitness Gram Pacer test is a multi-staged aerobic capacity test that progressively gets more difficult as it continues. The 20-mile pacer test will begin in 30 seconds. Line up at the start.
I was thinking I should get a spray can, you know, because that's on Wednesday.
Activating blender.
Funeral's on Monday.
That's funny. I like this commercial.
Go, Papa. Can't you see the treasure all along? It was here. It was
Love the eye patch. When does the show open?
March 8th.
That was good acting.
Reminder to fake your own death on March 8th.
What the?
When you have to do those love scenes with hot guys, is that fun or is that like the worst?
What? What? What the hell? What just happened? Why did a good commercial just become a god? You know what this feels like? You know what this feels like? This feels like when I was like a kid making goddamn like videos, thinking that I'm a video editor, amazing, using like Mac stupid software, like I something. What is this? Is like the what? They do? What? Damn, that brings it down to a 3. The ending just left a sour taste in my mouth, like you know, 3 out of 10 for me. I have a video for you, but I know you'll skip through it, so I won't share it. Okay. You can send it for the weekly things. I'll try my best not to skip through it.
It's to tackle food waste. So
if it's not like 4 hours long.
They hired this legend. Don't toss that.
What the hell?
You can make grilled cheese with that bread. Not on my watch. You can make potato salad.
Yes! Yes!
Don't throw away that spinach.
Oh, I love this commercial.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Mom's already tackling food waste, Mayo.
He just wants to tackle people.
It's a big guy. Sorry, man. Had to. I get it. I'm very hittable. Make taste, not waste, baby.
Lol. That's a 10 out of 10. I think that's the first pure, just beautiful, actually funny commercial. 10 out of 10, baby. You'll skip, it's an hour video, but it's a gem. Made me cringe and laugh. Kanye wants to hit him. Yeah, I heard about that. I don't know too much about the drama, but...
This is officially the worst tailgate I've ever been to.
Look at those barbarians.
That's racist.
Well, tough, because we drove for 3 months in an ox cart with our kids to watch you get destroyed.
Yeah, we made great time.
I'm sorry. What are you doing?
Adding avocados from Mexico. Want some? Let's kick this party up a notch.
That's so random. Oh,
You know,
what the hell was that?
We made great time. I'm sorry. What are you doing?
It was cringe when he
Want
danced,
some?
and then
Let's kick this party up a notch.
look, this is okay, and then, oh, this is kind of cringe. And what the hell is going on, bro? And what is she blind? What's going on with her eyes? Jesus Christ, this is TOS. Cut the screen. That's doesn't look good. Outfit Pete. Pete, not gonna lie. Nah, he's not really good looking, but seems like a decent guy. I don't know. I don't know enough about him.
You know, they also taste great on salad.
Oh, that's Andy Richter from Conan. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Caesar, we get it. I love salads.
Okay, that was kind of funny. How he said, I love salads because he's Caesar and Caesar salad. But it was a 6 out of 10. I don't know if I would rate that high. Bro's flustered, heart rate spiking. Wait, really? I'm gonna fuck Pete too. Mexico, yes. Uber Eats. Yo, I'm an Uber Eats bike rider, or I did it for a little bit of time, so let's watch.
Wait, if it was delivered with Uber Eats,
Then it was expensive.
does that mean I can eat it?
It says eat.
It's a diaper.
My God. They know how dumb Americans are that they had to put a disclaimer at the bottom that says, do not eat dish soap. Jesus Christ, bro.
This tastes bad.
It smells... it smells like my vagina. Oh, these are like famous comedians and stuff.
Uber Eats, we don't even know what food is anymore. This isn't food.
We can't eat most of this.
Yeah, we can't eat any of this.
Why Uber Eats? Why Uber Eats?
Do not attempt, not a real light bulb. Bruh.
That bag's a liar.
Yeah, I just got so excited.
That was actually a very smart commercial because Uber Eats has been pushing out more stuff that's not just like food. So it's a good way to introduce it to people. I think it's a good commercial. But in terms of the actual commercial, 7 out of 10, 6 out of 10 maybe. Like we got the point the first 5 seconds in. Then it just kind of became a little cringe. Stop when you say Pete, your heart rate goes up. Pete. I don't know what's going on with the heart rate today. Avocados for breakfast. You eat avocados for breakfast? Shit! Next video.
New Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda.
Classic cola.
What the hell?
Loud flavor.
The mayor must see this.
I feel like they're so overdone when people come out of nowhere, but this is actually...
Where are we?
It's like this is good so far.
Excuse me.
Yo. What the hell?
Flavor zone. Bland.
Mayor.
We bring flavor.
Excuse.
Flavor. Oh, snap. Moments like this is where you have to use the Halo music, but they didn't have the rights. Losers.
Whoa. Citizens, there's a new flavor in town. I declare Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda the loudest flavors ever.
This is so stupid. Nine out of 10. I don't know why, but that kind of pumped me up from some seltzer Bud Light hard soda, orange soda flavor. Flavor Town. Not gonna lie, I miss her again. That sucks.
Why is Ice-T in a speedwalking crew?
It's probably the
Cheerios.
He found out they can help lower cholesterol. Now he's taking care of his heart and blood.
They could lower cholesterol, but they can't decrease your weight. That's weight shaming, body shaming. I'm sorry. Sorry. Don't cancel me.
Taking care of his heart in fun new ways.
Speedy T's, heart formation.
Get moving. They're only here for a limited time.
They're literally just in a heart shape. Dumb commercial. 5 out of 10.
Oh, Blaze. Brings back so many good memories.
Half air. Are they gonna address that? It's literally
Half air.
because that's what Lay's is.
Remember our road trip in '97? Our first real heart-to-heart.
I've never seen any of your movies. Not even the ones we're in together.
Hey, do you remember when that stalker kidnapped us?
Yes, Blaze was there.
Blaze.
What?
Barbecue or cheddar jalapeno.
Ooh.
Barbecue is good.
Remember when we stumbled into that turf war?
Damn.
Bought your first house. Those were good times. They were golden. You ready?
Seth, do you?
I do.
And Janet,
Oh
do
shit.
you?
Oh. Oh my god.
That's a yes.
I thought they were getting married to each other. This is not progressive enough, so I'd rate it a 1 out of 10. Nah, it was kind of cringy, but I like the Ant-Man guy, so 5 or 4 out of 10. Yeah. Jewish commercial? What? Oh, there's more. Okay.
Hey, Kevin.
That makes it a 6 out of 10 because he was on the chair like that's the Jewish celebration, and I'm Jewish, so 6 out of 10. 5.5 out of 10. Final answer.
Ken.
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing?
I love this actor.
Eating mixed nuts.
This is how you eat nuts? Mixing them all together and shoving them in your mouth like an intermittent fasting squirrel?
How do you eat nuts?
One at a time, like a regular person.
They teach you that in medical school?
Kindergarten, actually.
About the height requirement?
Okay, you know.
They're called mixed nuts.
The guy's
It tells you
tall.
how to eat them right on the can.
Well, all my little babies deserve respect, one by one.
I get what's going on here, Ken. You like to eat one nut at a time because that's all your little child hand can hold. I mean, look at that cashew. It looks like a banana in your hand.
My body produces protein at a controlled pace, unlike your big dumb muscles.
Thank you.
One.
That guy's from Community. That's where I recognize him from, bro. He's pretty hot.
All. One. All. One.
But it doesn't say to do that because they're mixed nuts.
One is one.
I don't think anyone cares. You had 2 cool actors, and you ruined the moment. You ruined the moment by talking about something so stupid. You could have had them making nut jokes, like balls or something. But no. What or haha, so funny. Cringe. 2 out of 10. Final decision. They both are. Oh yeah, they are both from Community. That's right.
Hey, Martha, pass me that big Easy Reach lighter and that bowl.
Bowl of strawberries.
Thanks. This is perfect for hard-to-reach places.
And it helps keep your fingers away from the flame.
Whoa. Do I smell?
That's right. Undue time.
Weed.
Big Easy Reach, the ultimate lighter. Perfect for candles, grills, and so much more.
That's a really good use of Snoop Dogg. That's Snoop Dogg, right? 6 out of 10. Very short.
That AT&T fiber with multi-gig speeds is pretty next level, huh? Yep. It's gonna change the game.
Oh. Jesus, the mustache looks terrible on him. Snoop really doing side quests? Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's really gonna change the game. I know. It's way faster internet, which means I can stream in 4K to every room in the house.
Let's you get the fish
but it's
so
not
easily.
just that. It's reliable, so it won't let me down when I'm deep in a multiplayer endgame. It's actually 99% reliable, but whatever. What's more
Looks like it's
important is
photoshopped
that
on
now
him.
we can maybe start creating content differently. Obviously, uploading huge files, content, and live streaming it all at the same time, buddy. Yeah, I know. But do you, though? I mean, this level of connectivity could open up a door to the future. Yeah, buddy. Creating and consuming content is about to hit a whole nother level.
Bro.
It's like a superhighway of bandwidth. Crazy good security.
Who is that? He's hot.
Yep, multi-gig speeds could change the way we game forever. Oh my god, you're Zac Efron! Do you even game, bro?
Hell?
You are a game, bro.
You are a game.
Fishing game's nuts.
Bro, I didn't even know what that commercial was about because it was so good that I was looking at like, ugh, Zac Efron's mustache, and I was like, why is it there? It doesn't make sense. But I was also looking at like 8 out of 10. Mustaches are in? No, only on some people. Mustaches do not always look good, bro. My opinion. But
Barbie really wants this dream house. It's got stunning views and a slide. Barbie's ready for fun. So cool. And Barbie found out about this dream house with an alert from Rocket Homes. She did? Well, it's a super competitive market. Everyone wants to buy the dream house. Better offer Betty. I'll go 10 over asking. Cash offer car. Straight cash. House super skipper. Let's tear it to the studs. You vultures! You're gonna start a bidding war! This is less than ideal. Oh no! Don't worry. Barbie has a verified approval that shows her finances are backed by Rocket Mortgage.
no way.
But we need a house. Oh, I found a fixer-upper castle on Rocket Homes. It has good bones, but really bad neighbors. I like his vibe. Get your dream house all in one place with Rocket Homes and Rocket Mortgage. For
Wait, that's for real homes, right? I feel like a boomer. Is that for real homes, or is that what is that? What was the point of that? I don't get it. I don't get it. It's like it was appealing to kids, but it's a commercial for adults. That was like a 1 out of 10 because I'm a nice person. And there was a funny joke when she's like, that's cool, or whatever.
a better way to find and finance, Rocket can. Thanks for helping. No problem, it's good for my glutes.
What? This person looks familiar. She's a comedian or something, no? Why Barbie? Why attach Barbie to that? Jesus. Thanks for watching. It was okay. Commercials weren't that good this year, in my humble opinion. In my humble opinions, the commercials were not that good. What do you guys think about the commercials? Oh my god. Oh, I'm tired. Why is my heartbeat so high today? Chill, Pink. Chill. Alright, we're gonna do some Mario now. You wanna see the best commercial? Yes. Is the Barbie dream Hime? Hime means in that's Japanese. I don't know if that was purposeful. Overflow. Overflow is the best show. Yeah. Let's see the best commercial before we go to some Mario. Well, I gotta set up Mario anyway, so we have a bit of time. I don't know how long today's stream is gonna be. I don't know why I feel so tired. PP's heart is going to 200 in Mario. It went to 140 yesterday. 147 or something crazy like that. Or not yesterday, like 2-3 days ago. Because I just made clips for YouTube Shorts and stuff, and it was like 148 or something. I was like, Jesus, jeez. Jeez. You know what I mean? Brace your ears.
It's me, Mario.
Mario, shut up. Jesus, why is he so loud? Oh, live split. I forgot live split. Boom, 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 boom. I'll check that link out in a second. My bad. Raibu Spurito. Alright, let's see what this is.
You guys ready?
We are young. What? What just happened? I'm sorry. Sonic's first music video. Sonic's first kickflip. On fire.
The all-new Chevy Sonic. From your first time to the time of your life, Chevy runs deep.
That was okay. I personally wouldn't see it as the best, but it's just my opinion. Tonight we'll touch your peanut. What? Bill. Let me look for my playlist. There we go. Oh, I remember it being better. I mean, maybe I'm being too critical. I think it was a good commercial. I mean, to me, for Super Bowl commercials, the funny ones are like the best. That was a cool one. Oh, I was like, why is it looking so weird? Let me almost set it up. Oop. Bada bing, bada boom. That should be good. One more thing I gotta do. I gotta move the heart. I always have to move. I have to find another. I have to find a better thing to do with the heart. With my heart. Yeah, we're ready to play. Ooh, I don't know if the controller works. I always think PF that commercial. I did say it was the best, so you said your expectations super high. That is true. Yeah, if you said the worst, I would have been like, it's not that bad. But the heart rate near my face. Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. Especially since for the TikToks and stuff, my face is like in the TikTok, so make it a little smaller here. How's that? It looks out of place there, though, to be honest. I'm just gonna keep it on the bottom. Sorry. Why is it so high? Jesus. All right, this is the last video. You're so dumb, bro. You're so dumb. It's not gonna make me laugh now, okay? I will say though, this really surprised me, okay? I literally watched this video. Okay?
2-year plan, which you should get.
I watched this video and guess what they showed. In one of the videos that they showed the horse kicking, and I was like, bro, no way, bro. No way they actually showed that. Being horny. I don't remember this commercial. Yeah, it just came out recently. You could tell how horny I am by the Okay, why did I press that? Controller is working. That's good. Okay, that is not good. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a PB today. I mean, look at that. I'm literally 5 minutes. My best possible time is 5 minutes faster than my PB, right? So I have high hopes. Oh, I have to keep the application open. The metronome. Okay, good. That's gonna make my heart rate spike like crazy. Crazy desu yo ne. Okay. You guys ready? Heart, you ready? Heart, chill. Jesus. Why is my heart... Is it because I ate a lot of food today? Does that have anything to do with heart rate? Excuse me. Yo. It's Ping Pong Boy. Ping Pong Boy. He got a little toy up his butt. And it makes his butt feel scratchy. Dude, I need a new phone. Aww. Save up for a new phone. But you're already saving up, right? So save up for, you know, everything. What's wrong with your phone right now? If you eat no food for long enough, your heart rate will hit 0. So there must be a correlation there. I feel like it's true. I'm saving to move to San Diego. Wait, my buttons aren't working. This happened yesterday. I thought it was a fluke, but... What's going on? Maybe I broke my controller because I got so excited in the past. It's getting so laggy. Oh, that does suck. It should be connected now? Okay, that was weird. Worst space by far. True. If my controller dies like... If my controller dies like right before I PB or sub 20, I would rage. For sure. For sure, and 5 years ago. You get it? Worst space by far, true. Truly embarrassing gameplay. You're gonna reset your phone? See you later. See you soon. See you later soon? I don't remember the words. Yo. So, you do know about it, but do you know... I shouldn't have mentioned it. I should have changed the question. Are you aware of who it's with? Sometimes I just don't know what questions to ask, bro. Yes? Oh, who is it with? I want to hear your guess. Because I haven't said. I might have said a couple of weeks ago, but... Wouldn't you like to know what... Why do you keep calling me Weather Boy? That's the second time in 2 days. What does that mean? I mean, I know what weather is, but... I really thought I just tricked him there. I'm gonna try not to get mad today. Let's go. Wow, wow. I kind of would like to hear what guesses you guys think the collab stream will be with. Get up. Why am I not? There we go. Wieners. We're all wieners here. Aw. What's up, Chudo? How you doing, man? How's life going? You're black and I'm brown. Will Ping get mad? Wait, is that by the end of the run or by the end of the day? If it's by the end of the day, I can't see the rest of the prediction. If it's by the end of the day, I certainly will. I already kind of got mad, but we're just gonna ignore that. How's life going though, Chudo? That might be bad. I can't tell. I think it's bad. Yeah. Fuck. I knew it was bad and I still went for it. Why? Because I'm an idiot. See, this is also bad, most likely. I think it's bad. Ooh, it's not. Collab with Triple G. No. Collab with Amaranth. Yes. Then we have 3.5k on. Collab with Amy Schumer. Hell yeah, I love her. She's sexy. She's goddamn. Oh, ad starts in 2 seconds. Sorry for whoever gets an ad. That's Twitch's fault. You could blame. I love how there's 10 on like me. Guys, I'm not gonna get mad. See? I can't get mad if I'm doing good. Then go clean down. This is a song in Hebrew that I don't know any of the words of. How you doing though, Chudo? It's great being black. Okay. If you get mad, I want points. No. What am I gonna get mad at? There's nothing to get mad at. I'm a pro player. Look at that. First try. No need to get mad. I'm going in so Nathan doesn't scam everyone. Okay. Wait, the prediction ended. What do you mean? Get mad at Dick? No, I like Dick. What? Just kidding. I'm good, you? I'm doing terribly amazing because you guys are here. Aww. I'm doing pretty good. I put 2k in, so it wasn't 7k versus 10. Oh, snap. Does it say by the end of the run or by the end of the day? I didn't see what it said. End of run? You should have said by the end, by the time he gets 10 stars or something. I'll try my best not to get mad. Oh, indeed. I'm a beautiful person, I know. It's okay. You make mistakes sometimes. 2 mistakes in a row, it's okay. That doesn't feel great, but I was about to really scream about the camera in this game. If I get hit one more time, I actually die. I haven't messed this up in years, but I'm not mad. I'm not mad, so it's okay. I don't think I've ever died there during a run. Like, I want to scream so badly. I actually want to scream, but I won't scream. End run. Yeah, if I end the run, then it still counts, right? Okay, I'll read chat in a moment because I want to just concentrate a little. Okay, I like this song. I like this song. I'm actually... I want to scream. A hummingbird made her nest in my backyard. Oh, cool. Can you send some pictures to the Discord? Nathan always just donates just 10 points. I put 2 again in that. Oh, he said end of run, not end run. He actually almost got upset. Of course, bro. I never die there. That was very, 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 very frustrating. Especially because the rest of that area was fine. I want to get more points than go all in. Lol. Yeah, actually. Oh. On a natural side. Are you gonna feed the hummingbird? I remember we had a bird in the front of our house. I think we made a nest for him or for it or something. I guess it says the end of this run, so if you quit, it counts. I'm gonna try not to quit. Why didn't I long jump that? Natural delight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Alright, that was good. If I screwed that up, that wouldn't have been good. Find a natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in moonlight. When I touch my penis, it's kinda weird. Bro, guys, why is my heart rate so high? Can someone tell me? This is not right. Almost every night. This is getting bright. It's a supernatural delight. I'm not gonna lie, if I really wanted to get mad there as well. This run is essentially over. But I'm such a good streamer that I'm going on. Why am I doing such shit right now? I have a hummingbird feeder and she likes the plants around her nest too. Oh, that's cool. Great, we lost an additional 30 seconds. I know he ain't gonna get mad because his run's already shit. No, it's not. I could still recover. Again, if you look at the best possible time, I could still get a PB, but I'm actually mad by how bad I'm playing, but it's okay. Pengloose. It's just the first run warm up, right? Yeah. No doubt. You're right. It's just a warm up. Everybody. She likes the plants around her. How do you know it's a she? Do you know the difference between hummingbird females and males? It's kind of sus. Why are you researching about hummingbirds on your free times? Kind of sus, bro. Just kidding. Everybody's dancing in the moon. Yeah, that was bad. But it could have been worse, so it's not that bad. The one time I can't look at chat, I literally ran into that. Not the one time I can't look at chat, but... Come on. But when I do this, it's a little scary. Jesus Christ, I almost died. I don't know how I missed that. Did they say he's mad? I'm not mad. I'm just not happy. Nah, I'm happy. If I died there, I would have gotten mad for sure. Bang in Chinatown. Whoa, whoa. I'm always hard on myself. That's why I get mad. Did he say he's mad? Bird sexes are weird. Isn't it based off their beak for some birds? Do birds have pee-pee? No. They have a cloaca? What is that? How did I miss that? We're not gonna talk about it. Ah, that could have made me mad. Okay. That could have made me mad too. I say frag gender is the weirdest. How does frag gender work? How do I know the bird's sex? I checked her Twitter. I thought they were gonna say I had sex with it. Great, we're just doing worse each split, which is nice. A lot of times first run is actually PBs, so feels bad, man. Born in Chinatown. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Depends on type of bird. For budgies, thing on top of the bead changes colors, but it's not always reliable. Most reptiles don't have obvious sex characteristics. Most reptiles don't even have sex. Do they? I don't know. I don't know where I was trying to go with that. It can change gender. Oh, that's cool. Just like humans. I think that's how that works, right? I think I screwed that up. Ooh, I did not screw that up. Run is not over, guys. Yes! Oh, that was a perfect jump onto that. You're a reptile? Well, I don't change. I don't think I'll change my gender anytime soon. But, and I'm not an it. Does anyone identify as an it? That's not a thing, right? Are you serious? Are you? I really want to get mad now. I really want to get mad. I really want to get mad. The run is not good. I have erectile dysfunction. Wow. Okay. That was information that nobody needed to have, but now we have it. Know about sex? I'm confused. I am confused. Oh, and I'm not only confused, I suck at video games. Erectile erectile dysfunction. But the run's not over, baby. See, it's green. Green means not over, for those not wondering. Now it's red. If I could get bits without, if I could throw Bowser 3 times in a row beautifully, then we get a PB, I think. Assuming I do everything else decently enough. Down in Chinatown. Whoa, whoa. Nice. Nice ping. What does BIT stand for? Bowser in the sex. I don't know, actually. It's annoying when you get something down so I want to scream, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Bowser in the shower. What's up, Fig? Things are shit. And I'm really pissed off, but there's a prediction up. So I'm not gonna scream. I don't want you to help me out yet, to be honest. I don't want any help until I'm closer to sub 20. Because it's literally my inconsistency at being good that prevents me from doing better. Like, I'm just inconsistent right now. So Like learning some other stuff, I would rather do later when I'm a little more consistent. Can we stop the run? You've always sucked, just get good. No, I've always, yes. I mean, it's all relative, right? I've always sucked, kind of, but at some points I'm decent. Like catching a goddamn rabbit. I get that. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for understanding. How have you been though, Fig? How's life going? Sweet. Woo-woo. Can you walk slower? I don't think I could pick him up. Yeah. Yep. I'm not mad, guys. I'm just exacerbating. What baiting? Hey. I'm just doing worse with each split. So let me know when you want me to help. I'll let you know. Thanks. PP isn't pissed the same as mad. Being pissed means that you could be mad. Yeah. Did I say that I was pissed? No, that's because I pissed my pants. That's what I meant. I wasn't pissed at the game. I mean, I'm obviously mad, right? But I'm not I'm laughing. I'm having a good time. I'm not going into any outbreaks. I'm not going like, I'm not screaming, right? So it's okay. Yeah, because I pissed my pants, bro. Piss is what comes out. Yeah, exactly. Wait, do guys have urethras also? And if they do, imagine I didn't ask the question, okay? This whole run is just... Can I scream, guys? Can I just scream? I really want to scream. No, I don't want help. Okay? I don't want help. Because I usually don't even make most of the mistakes I'm making right now. So I don't want help. Not until I feel like I need to improve on stuff. Right now I just need to get more consistent, I feel like. It's just getting worse every single split, which means I'm literally playing worse every single split. But I was about to say maybe that'll change right now, and then what happens? I ground pound by accident. Makes sense. Yeah, my bad. Gomennasai. Yep. Screw it up. It's okay. Screw it. Yep. That literally meant nothing because... I'm taking my time here. I'm not screwing that up. If I died there, I think I would have screamed. Okay, well. Acknowledging you needed help is the first time. Shut up. That's you, bro. With something in life, maybe, okay? I know I need help. I just don't want help until I feel good about the run. Some runs I feel really good about, you know? I think today I'll have a run I feel good about. Because because I just feel like rusty right now, right? I guess from a day of not playing. But tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Yes. Okay. That sucked. Great, that's even worse. He teleported to a place where I literally can't grab his tail. And lashing out at anyone who suggests that you need help is the first step to getting better. Right now I need help with my mentality. That's what I need. That's the biggest thing I need help with. Okay? I know that as a fact. Because that's what makes me play worse. When I feel like when I take it too seriously. So and then we could talk about and then because of that I would get better at I get better at
get good.
I literally screwed up every single split. I screw up every my best possible time is already Can I restart the run? I'm not gonna though. Don't get mad though, yeah. Maybe I could do fast BLJs. Shit. How is there nothing gained by starting over now? Did you think before saying that, bro? How's there nothing gained? This is literally a dead run. What's gained is I could get a PB next round. But you're right, there's nothing gained at the same time. I'm not mad, guys. I'm not mad. Let's go, I guess. The metronome is on. You guys don't hear the metronome? It has been on, bro. Wow, best possible time, guys. Looks amazing. The metronome is actually on and I can't hear the music now. Actually, that does make a difference because I could still get a gold split on this, you know? Plus, now I know that the metronome actually helps. Oh my god. You serious? Woo! Turn off the metronome. Okay, I want to put the headset back on, but I don't know if I'll be able to right now. Done the second BLJ yet? What? Have you I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Wait, what does that mean? This actually could be a gold split easily if I get all three. If I get all three. Okay, let's put it back on. Yes, put MIPS through the second door once now. Oh no, I've never WDW'd because I've seen it on YouTube once or like on a TikTok or something, and ever since then, I saw it before I started playing the game. And because of that, I just didn't. I always thought about it. I don't know how I hit that. That made no sense. But I'll take it. That might hit. Nope. Okay. Well, that is not going to be a golden split. And I don't know how to throw him anymore. Oh, actually, I had a really good run when I put Mips through the door, too. But it's okay. Like, I've figured out how to get BLJs pretty consistently now. So, I think... I think I could get a PB today for sure, as long as I'm calm. That's a good throw, but not far enough. And it's not a golden split already. At least it hit this time. Imagine I fell off. Okay, I didn't get mad. Kind of. 28-42, amazing. I love how I screwed up so much on this run, and yet, what, like 4 days ago, that would have been a PB? Alright, I'm gonna go for PBs now. I think because of the BLJ strat, it's gonna be much easier to get PB. A sub 25, maybe even sub 24 PB today. If you love me like you said. Oh, I just choked on my saliva. Like you do. Say, darling, why you treat me like you do? Oh, 75% thought that I wouldn't get mad. Oh, I thought it was the opposite. You guys actually believed in me? Wow. A lot of points. There are your points. Baby, sub 1 hour, let's go! Hell yeah. I gotta chill, bro. I feel like I become an asshole when I play this game, too. Like, to you guys, too, sometimes. Like, it's just, the mentality is like, you know. Me like you say, yeah. I don't like that feeling. That's why I gotta do more, like, no, that just is what it is. I gotta work on that. Of course, cannot let the gamblers get scammed. Next time, if you want to phrase something like that, try to do it on something more concrete, like if Ping yells or something. Because getting mad, like, technically I was mad, but since I didn't express that anger that much, kind of, like, you know, it's like, wish more gamblers were here, yeah. Well, that just, you know, that means wish more viewers were here. That's, okay. That'll be far in the future, in my humble opinion. I mean, I should be confident. Don't worry. That'll be soon. Oh, how did that work? That should have not been a Lakitu skip. That made no sense. Nice. Nice, Mario. I mean, it's my fault. If your December self is correct, it will be in April. Oh, yeah. 40 viewers, right? No, didn't I say that by the end of the year or something? Shit, I was so close to getting gold there, but it's okay. I still might. Probably not. Maybe by like a millisecond, it will get a gold split. Let's go! Why does it say minus 16? Oh, because that's for the personal best. That's probably like a split second faster, yeah? Listen, anytime we get a gold, I know today's a good day because it means progression, okay? Gold means progression. Now I could relax because no matter what happens the rest of the day, I know that I'm doing better today than yesterday. You originally said April, then a month later, you said end of the year. Oh. That's why you said December self? I didn't even realize that. Okay, then. You say, yeah. Let's go. So what's up, guys? How's life? Anything interesting to report? Any babies made from Valentine's Day, knowingly or unknowing? Well, I guess if it was unknowingly, you wouldn't know, but maybe you didn't know at the time, but now you know. Any I don't know how I didn't hit him there. But whatever. I had sex Sunday. That's about it. Shit! Now with your 50-year-old teacher, though, right? 50-something-year-old teacher. Yeah. No, not with her. Aww. I just wanted to put the aw. Alright, I'm gonna try something here that I'm pretty sure saves time. I think it was something like that. Yeah, I probably screwed it up, but I wish though. Pregnancy tests take? I read that as taste for a second. Take like 4 to 6 weeks. How would we know? Know now. It's a good point. Oh yeah. You wish? Why would you want to have sex with a? Well, yeah. I'm actually kind of curious. What part of having sex with her are you kind of looking for? I completely skipped this star, didn't I? Oh. I didn't even realize that. That might be good. She had a big booty. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, if I mess up the side jump again, that'll be Sages in chat, okay? I think I grew a stomach, and that's why the heart rate monitor is going higher lately. Nice, Mario. I'm ground pounding way too much today. That was bad. Okay, haven't messed that one up in a while. There we go. That's not true. I probably messed it up like yesterday. Good. Nice. I hit the side. Her friends were hyping me up. Cougars are so sweet. Of course, because they want to get some action, bro. If I was 50 years old and there was like a 20-year-old like whammon who was like, what's up? I would be like, yo. Hell yeah. And all my friends would be like, bro, go for it. You know? Of course they'd hype you up. It's kind of weird at the same time, though, to me. I don't know. Especially since it's like your teacher, bro. I don't know. But that's just me. I think I'm weird. Like, a lot of people I know would be like, oh, this teacher is so hot or whatever. And I'm just like, bro, that's mad weird. I always find it as like a weird thing. To, like, I don't know why. By the way, Dalton, have you been playing Friday Night Freddy? What is it? Five Nights at Freddy? I always think it's Friday Night Funkin'. Friday Night at Friday. How it's weird if she was some stranger, still good looking for her age. Key point for her age. That's what makes it weird. I missed. That's what makes it weird to me. You see what I mean, Fig? Like, stuff like that is like stuff that until I like making that type of mistake is something that even movement tricks that will save me some time, I will lose so much time from that one mistake. So I don't feel like concentrating on small movements when I can't even get the best personal time that I can by making no mistakes, you know? But maybe I'm being too much of a perfectionist. Maybe most people make like a mistake like that when they're going for sub 20 and they're close or whatever. I don't know. She's still look good looking. Yeah. Okay. It's just weird to me. I'm the weird one, man. I've had friends who were in high school again that were saying like, "Oh my God, she's hot" or whatever. I just find it weird. I actually almost screwed that up. I've seen ugly people and she ain't that. It's not even about ugly or not ugly. It's just the age gap to me is weird. But that's just me. The age gap makes it feel weird, especially with a teacher, because the teacher is like I always felt like teachers are teachers, right? They're there to teach. They kind of feel like teachers. I don't know. I can't look at a teacher that way. I mean, now I could, but not my own teacher, you know? Even other teachers at the school, I would think it would be a bit weird. Unless they were really hot and like in their 20s. Then maybe I would. Maybe I'm just ageist. Maybe I'm a racist. Maybe I'm just terrible. Maybe I'm just a terrible person. Oh my God. Oh. I thought I died there. Oh, I thought I died there too. Whew. And I'm not even doing this the best way that I can. Oh, so scared. Bro, the way Mario moves, when he turns, he doesn't just turn back, right? He turns in like a circle. And then he also has momentum, which makes it so like so difficult to get it well. I'll look at chat in a moment. Yeah, no, I totally understand. That being said, I think no matter where, it's good to shave time. I'm just being stubborn then, I guess. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, you're definitely right. I'm just like the fact that I missed that like kind of pisses me off inside. So it's like, but yeah, no, you are right, of course. Look who's back. What's up? That might be gold? Nope, it's not. That's fine. Their teachers are still people. Yeah, I know. But yeah. Sooner you learn things, the more practice you can have with it. True. All right. After this run then, teach me your ways. How you doing, Armando? How's life going? I'll be honest, there's some stuff that I know I can improve on, and I just don't want to because I feel like I've gotten so used to doing it a certain way, if that makes sense. Which is not good. I just have this dumb thing in my head that like I have to get sub 25 or sub 24 before really practicing on certain things. There's like no logical reasoning for it. It's like an arbitrary thing I put in my head. Oh, I thought I didn't hit that. Like this, there's a way to jump there, so you get on the star every time. But I haven't learned it. Or triple jump pyramid's another example. Rip Armando. Why Rip Armando? I said hi. Let me take notes in this run. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you could take notes this run if I already screwed that up. I could triple jump, but I'm not gonna. I'll triple jump next time. Like, I could tell you what I think I need help with, and then you could tell me what you think I need help with. Never mind. Just take notes whenever you want, I guess. Like, I don't know how to get to Lava Land quicker there. And I feel like a lot of the things I could learn are from tutorial. I could literally just watch other people doing it, and then I can copy their movement. Probably the biggest thing that I need someone's actual help with is, like, if I screw something up like this. I understand how people do it. They roll a lot. But I don't understand how it works out every time for them. Like, this is something that you could help me with, and like I could implement that pretty quickly, I think. Because I'm really bad at Lava Land. Lame. What are those emotes, bro? My pain. Synchro. Hand in hand with the blues. Walking hand in hand with the blues. You guys could bet channel points if I get a PB now. I'm assuming Doctor put it up. I've been screwing this up a lot, so I could lose the lead right here. Or I could do it amazingly. That was good. Oh my god, bro. And that was almost terrible. That was funny, actually. Sing you. You wouldn't get it. I don't get much in life, yeah. Together. Like here, I think I could dive instead of running for like 2 seconds there. Like that could save time. I think this is the fastest way to do this. But I'm not sure. I get hit way too often when I do it that way. So I have to improve on that. And this sometimes I get right away and sometimes not. Hand in hand with the blues. And then Mips clip. Oh, the side jump dive is something I have to learn. You know, I have to do that because that'll obviously be much better. Because right now I long jump, dive, and then dive again. And it works pretty well, but I miss it sometimes. Here, I think I've learned to walk a little slower. So I could be able to pick him up. Because if I don't do that well, if I don't walk a little slower, a lot of times I'll screw it up. But that was good. Ooh, also swimming. I feel like my swimming, I don't know the exact way to swim perfectly. So Mario is just continuously swimming. Like, I heard there's a rhythm to it, but I kind of just do what I think is okay. I don't know what the actual rhythm feels like or looks like, if that makes sense. Usually I don't surface there either, but... Like, this always feels like it takes long, but then it is something that feels like it would take long regardless. I don't know. I've also been screwing up just getting there. Gettysburg Address, what? And then changing the camera there. I know I don't need to kick up there too, but I've gotten into the habit of doing that. Like, there's a lot of things I realize that I should improve on, but I don't work on it because I'm not consistent enough where I feel like I don't want to like screw up even more. But I shouldn't think like that. I like this. I feel like this is good. I'm maybe triple jumping that might be better. I'm not sure yet. To zero, honey, the money. And then I try to double jump there to gain some. And then I probably should do that better also, but. Brand new way. And, oh, jumping up that thing that I just jumped on, I always screw it up also. Okay, I'm not. See, I didn't want to take the risk here because this is a good run, but I would normally just play. I would do that better. I also want to know how to get up this faster. Because every time I get up it, I get up here too slowly. So, I mean, obviously my movement has to be faster everywhere else. I think that could save quite a bit of time consistently.
Hello there.
Okay, we're good. Hey! What's up, Johnny? I've learned to jump there a bit better. I always feel like you surface too late. Yeah. I don't know why though. I've been watching some vids on speedrun strats because I wanted to start. Oh, cool. What do you wanna speedrun specifically? See, that was bad. I should have been able to grab his tail already. But it's okay. Yes. That was actually surprisingly good. Also this. I always do that late. For some reason, like, I don't know when to run to Bowser. I feel like I have to figure out when to do that. I don't do that well. This game? Oh, nice. Very nice. You should just start. I mean, that's what I did. But, I mean... Oh! Shit. I almost forgot to put my metronome on. You're learning all the tricks? Nice. You gotta play to learn them. Or have you been watching videos and playing at the same time? That's cool. This trick to skip the stairs, I'm not really good at, so I don't do that. Shit. Okay, that's fine. Second try is okay. What is that angle? Okay, don't get mad. This shit happens. Okay. Ping! You hear the metronome. What's wrong with you? Oh, how did I not get that? Bro, it hurts my fingers so much. Maybe a way to do this without hurting my fingers too. Oh my god. Oh, come on. That has to go through. That has to... Yes. Okay. Good run. Right side. My fingers hurt. Bro, how do people do this without breaking their hands? Calm down. Yes! Put the headset back on. Okay. Oh my god. I have to stop the metronome. It's in my ear. Now I just have to make sure I don't choke. I've had a good run like this before, and then I choked at throwing Bowser. Shit. Oh, my controller is sweaty. Okay. Come on. I need to learn how to go up those stairs faster as well. Oh, I turned off the thing. Okay. Good run, good run. Second run of the day. I'm a country boy. Oh, also to get to that pole. I need to learn how to get to that pole. I don't know how to get, because I could skip all this by getting to that pole, but I don't know how to do that. Okay. I'm also scared of taking risks like that over there, but I just did and it was fine. Whew. Yep, this game is hard. Nope, don't not. Oh my god. I can't remember the last time I got hit here. I was actually that was really scary. I probably should have healed up, but I learned how to do the speedrun strat for that log part. The log part? What do you mean by the log part? Oh no, hesitate, la di da. I think this will be a PB, but I'll be disappointed in myself. Like that, for missing goddamn throws, bro. Like, I'm 2 minutes. I could have finished it in 50 seconds. Probably. And I missed his tail. Thank God. Okay. I could take my time spinning him, huh? What'd I say, guys? That I was gonna choke this part. If that missed, I would have gone crazy. Shit. Not good. Not good. This is what makes me kind of really pissed off at myself. Like, the fact that I just suck. Okay, that hit. Thankfully. There's no closer one? Come on. I have to spin him more, I feel like. That's good. No, are you serious, bro? That's it. Like I actually suck. I suck. And it's so annoying. Like, I don't even care if this is a PB. Like, how terrible can I play? I had to throw him so I wouldn't get hit by the fire. It's normal to suck, but you really suck. That's what I'm saying. PB, but a shitty PB. I could have saved... I could have gone sub 25 there. Pretty easily. Could have gone sub 25. Sub 26 though, that's good. Yeah. So Bob, I got hit once. I could have lowered that. I got Lakitu though, which was nice. WF, I screwed up the side jump once, and I screwed up the other side jump like twice. That could have saved a few seconds. CCM, I goddamn missed the jump, which could have saved like 20 seconds. 50W I thought was okay. SSL was okay. I could have triple jumped, obviously, but whatever. Lava was eh. HMC was eh, because I missed the side jump originally. Mips clip was pretty good. DDD was like decent. Bit FS, like this is how I see it from my skill level right now. Bit FS was, I think I missed the first throw, so it was eh. BLJs were good-ish. And then Bits was terrible because of that ending. So, like, if I've improved on everything, well, obviously it says best possible time 21:35, but it could be like 21:30, I think. or 21-20 something. Like I'm very confident in saying that I could get 21XX today. Well, maybe not 21. Mostly because when I screw up in one split, that makes me die. Or when I miss a Bowser throw, it just wastes a lot of time. But you went from excitement at PB to absolutely don't care. Well, it's not that I don't care. Like, I'm happy we got a PB, but, like, it wasn't a good PB. Like, I made so many mistakes. LLL and DDD were your worst? No. I mean, obviously, I could improve on those. But from my understanding right now, because remember, I don't know how to do DDD properly. But from my understanding right now, those are fine. But yeah, I don't know. Obviously, that's like movement based. But we're gonna get better now because Fig will help out, right? Right, Fig? Yes, sir. Okay, cool. Let me just make a note for something. This is a collab stream. Someone got back to me on it. I don't want to forget. It's a secret, so I don't want to tell you guys. Okay. I'm ready whenever. Okay. I just mean on this run because the rest was solid. No. CCM was terrible. I actually missed the first jump. That cost me like 20-30 seconds. And then missing Bowser throws in the ends there was terrible. I think that's what cost me the most time. For me, but I don't know. I just say learn some new tricks. Well, Fig will help me out now. Seth Myers. Yeah, I'm calling. No idea how you sound. Let's see. Yo. Yeah, you're in front of 10,000 viewers. What do you want to say? What's up, chat? Yeah. So that's Fig, by the way. What'd you say?
Is my mic fine and everything?
Your mic's okay, yeah.
Okay. I only started taking notes on Lethal Lava Land. After that, so
your
I
mic.
don't have anything before that. But
Oh,
I
that's
like
okay.
A general sense. So
Okay.
yeah, I guess we can just go in order. Yeah. Okay. You want to head to Bomba?
Yeah, your mic gets bad a bit.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, Seth. He sounds good. What does that mean? Oh, like he sounds good. Yeah. Yeah, the random sounds are a bit like very loud, but aside from that, it's pretty good. You guys are right though. I should be happy. We got a PB. Let's go. I gotta be more confident in my Bowser throws, I think. Sexo time.
Oh, I'm such an idiot. I had my AirPods connected. Is this better?
That's much better, yeah.
All right.
You sound like a professional streamer now. That is good. Okay. Whenever you're getting better, bro. Thank you, Dino. Yeah, I am, but okay, so I'm ready. Teach me, senpai.
All right. Overall, you're pretty good. I mean, like.
Thanks.
I think. Yeah. I mean, your movement's getting there. I think just like, I don't know. I feel like you're at the point where you can learn some tricks to get better.
Okay.
But yeah, I can start you off with like some big tricks that are pretty easy to learn that save a lot of time.
Okay.
But yeah, I think the first issue that you need to work on is the ground pounds on the chain chomp.
The chain chomp. Oh yeah, I'm really bad at that. Yeah.
Yeah. So once you get there, I can give you a little bit of advice.
Okay.
You can learn bomb clip, but it's pretty hard and it only saves like a couple of seconds. So
I was learning bomb. I was trying to learn it earlier, and I spent so much time on it, and then I'm like, okay, this is actually pretty hard. I got it a couple of times, but I couldn't get it consistently, so I was like, I'm gonna stop doing this. See you, Nathan. Enjoy. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. I am here.
Okay, yeah, all your movement aside from that ground pound there.
Oh yeah. I was just like playing around here.
Oh yeah. But yeah, your movement in here looks pretty good. One thing that I would say is when you're here, let me open up my version of Mario and share my screen.
Okay, because I feel like I get hit by him a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there was at one point where I wasn't getting hit by him too much, but I don't know what I did differently. Can I show everyone what you're showing me?
Yeah, for sure. It might be a little bit laggy. I don't know, when I've shared it with other people, it's kind of laggy.
Yeah, it's a bit laggy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know how to fix that, but hopefully it's not too bad.
Okay, I'm watching. We're all
But
watching.
Yeah, so you see how he like jumps there, even when I wasn't even in his area?
Oh, he doesn't go to the roadway, like the brown roadway thing?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, so he'll attack me here, and then while he's doing that, you can just jump and then ground pound. Oh, I just
you screwed it up.
You just ground pound.
But I got it. Yeah.
And you can keep you don't need to slow down at all. If you get what I mean, you can just run full speed and then just time your ground pound so that you land on top of it. And that saves a little bit of time, I think.
Okay, that's
and
definitely.
From there, you can just do a couple of ground pounds again, and then that's it.
Okay.
So I think that should be pretty good.
Yeah, let me try it out. Damn, he can't even reach you there, huh?
Yeah, he is on a chain.
You say it like I'm a dumbass. He's on a chain. He could obviously not reach. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I just didn't it didn't register in my head that the chain doesn't reach the. Oh my god, that part. But yeah. No, that's gonna help a lot. Just the fact that I know he doesn't reach there, I don't think I'll get hit initially, at all now. But okay, I could. I'll practice during runs because I don't have Usamune running right now. So.
Oh, you're using just like the normal version?
Yep.
All right, you might want to switch over quickly, but
okay, let me switch over then.
All right.
Okay, I am switched over. Does it let me change right away? Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Okay, I am ready to practice things.
All right. I have 10 more seconds of ads.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I need to drop a sub soon.
That's nice of you, but yeah, I wish there were no ads, but to be honest.
Yeah, it's all good though.
Really
But yeah,
bad.
if you just ground pound, you can ground pound like while you're over the log. You don't need to like land on it first.
Aww, Dinell gifted you a sub.
Oh, thank you. That's very nice.
That's so sweet.
Thank you, Dinell.
Oh, I died. Look all the colors. Look at that. Boom. Get sub 25 today? I will. I'll get sub 24, bro. Sub 23. Wait, should I play the song? You want to hear the song, Fig, or?
What song?
When people sub, there's a song.
Ooh. Sure, let's hear it.
Okay. Let me get my guitar. Wait, you never heard the sub song?
I don't think I have.
Damn. Well, it's not like people are subbing every second, so that makes sense. Bit cringe when someone else could actually hear. me, and I'm aware of it on the other side, but it's okay. Thank you for the sub, now. Oh, I'm supposed to put the. Thank you for the sub, now. The gifted sub. That kind of hurt my my voice. Okay.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Brought tears to my eyes.
I could hear you're very emotional right now. All right. Let me just... I guess I could practice this later. I don't want to waste more of your time, so tell me what the next trick is. Yeah.
All right, so yeah, then we move on to Womp's Fortress. And I don't know, that for me personally is like the most difficult area.
Yeah, it was for me for a while, but I've somehow like gotten the cannonless almost like perfect, like very consistently. Obviously, there's other stuff I still need to improve on, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of quick things. One, you can long jump to the tree, which is just like a tiny bit faster, but doesn't require any practice, so just a little bit of time saved there.
Mm-hmm.
Then, you can do like the running up that. I don't even know what that's called, but like the place to.
Oh my god.
I don't know. Let me just show you quickly. There's a combination of controls you can do.
Oh.
That allows you to jump up pretty fast. It's a little bit intimidating, but I don't know. Once you learn it, it's not that bad.
Okay. Let me show everyone. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Oh, it's really laggy. I don't even see how laggy that was.
It's okay. It's still like visible.
Yeah. But yeah, pretty simple. All it is just a long jump to the tree, camera right once, and then a jump dive, and then you press A to roll out right here. And then from there, you just chain a bunch of long jumps together.
Okay. Okay. Let me see.
So yeah, it's kind of hard at the beginning, but I don't know. It takes just a little bit of practice, and then it's pretty good.
Oh, do you move at all when you get like when I jump to the tree? I feel like you said to change the camera to the right. Wait, to the left, I guess.
I do left one, yeah.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
While I'm in the tree, yeah.
I see. You still have to climb the tree a bit, though, right?
Yeah, just a little bit.
I see. Well, if the owl wasn't here, it would be okay. And then you just okay.
Yeah, that's probably not like too big of a deal, but just something if you want to work on something.
Oh yeah, for sure.
A little bit of time saved there.
Mhm. And then
yeah, and then
this also, right? I could triple jump the wall instead of what I always do. I usually side jump it, but triple jumping it is. I don't know if you saw it on stream, but it's a bit.
I think they're basically the same.
Oh, okay.
I personally, I don't know. Sometimes I mix it up, do triple jumps, sometimes side flips. Doesn't really matter.
Okay. You have sorry, small optimization. Yeah, learn cannonless. Oh no, I already could do cannonless. I'm not a noob, Johnny. Oh yeah, go ahead though.
Yeah, I think your cannonless is pretty good. Just like a little bit more practice, and you'll have it perfect. No like big tips though.
Yeah, I get it most of the time, but I think I should probably set it up faster. But
yeah, I mean, I don't know if you want to. It's only like a second.
Okay.
But yeah, just more practice. I think you'll become more comfortable with it.
Okay.
And then, yeah, you're shooting to the wild blue star. That's the the one right over there.
Yeah, I sometimes I get it first try, but a lot of times, see that was first try, but I don't know. Like I kind of have it set up in my mind where to jump, like right around here, but I don't know. I need more practice. Oh, also, the second I jump, is there a way to get to the star faster instead of just running to it?
Yeah, there is actually. I was gonna tell you that if you do the opposite order of ground pounding, so it's A and then Z. If you do Z and then A, or sorry, not sorry. I don't know what I was saying there. If you do Z and then B while you're running, you'll do like a little slide.
Okay.
And you can slide into the star, and that's the fastest way to do that.
I just ground pounded. Okay. You get it 7 out of 10. Yeah. I guess I don't get it every time, unless, yeah. But usually, like, when I set it up wrong, I could tell that I set it up wrong. Because Mario's hat, like, has to be inside a certain way, I feel like.
Yeah, I have a little trick if you want to do...
Oh, yeah, you were telling me, like, to jump to the left side, or like, to jump onto the ledge, right? I tried to do that, but I couldn't get it. I mean, maybe I should try it again.
It takes a little bit of time, but honestly, I'd say you're doing it, like, enough times that you don't really need to do that.
Okay.
Because, I mean, you can just go to the other star if you fail, and then you'll probably get it the second time.
True.
So it's not that bad. Yeah, and then I don't think I've seen your King Womp star.
Ooh,
I'm not sure how good you are at that.
I usually just, like, I actually phase through him to ground pound him, basically.
Yeah, that's the strategy.
Mhm.
So that's good that you're doing that. And then I think I saw, like, a little bit that you were having trouble, like, getting away from him after you ground pounded him.
I try to find, like, the best way to ground pound him, or to, like, I try to find the best way to, like, get his attention faster so I could ground pound him again. And now I try to, like, I try to, like, ground pound through him again, like, after I ground pounded him, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can do that or not, but
Oh yeah, I've been doing that. Okay, yeah.
You can look at my
Oh
screen
yeah.
Let me know when you're watching.
Oh yeah, I'm watching.
Okay. So yeah, so what I do is I ground pound, and then I just jump off like that. I do like a dive kick, then just go around. Oh, failed there.
Nah, it's okay.
And then I just do like a little jump kick.
So that's what
works.
I was doing that, but then after I saw someone, like, actually ground pounding through him, or I thought I was trying to do that. But after I saw someone ground pounding through him, I try to do that more often, because that's, like, I can't screw that up as much, basically. If that makes sense.
Ground pounding, like, while he's standing up?
Yeah. Or, like, while he's going back to standing up.
I feel like that would be kind of, I don't know. His hitbox is kind of weird, so.
Try it out. You might, like right now, right away. Yeah. Like, that's what I do now.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean,
yeah.
If you're getting it, like,
I'm getting
times,
it. Yeah, I'm getting it pretty consistently.
So yeah, I mean, it's not like there's, like, a perfect way to do it. I mean, there is, but it only saves, like, a frame in comparison to the other one.
Okay.
So whatever you feel the most comfortable at is probably the one you should be doing.
Okay.
And then I think your tower star is pretty good.
Towers. Okay.
Yeah. And then your owl, or not owlless. You can't do that yet.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't advise it. It only saves like 5 seconds.
Mhm.
But yeah, so your owl full. I think it's pretty good. One little thing you can do is you can ground pound off the owl, which just sends you straight down instead of, like, yeah.
Yeah, so I was doing that at a certain point, but I was missing it a lot, and it frustrated me, so I stopped. But I probably should get back to doing that, yeah?
I mean, it doesn't really matter. I personally don't do that, because, you know, the ground pound animation takes, like, a little bit to do.
Mhm.
And I'm fine with just not ground pounding. I feel like I get it in all the time without
Yeah.
ground pounding.
Yeah.
So it's really just a preference thing, but if you're struggling with the owl a lot, then you could try the ground pound.
Oh, okay. I think I've gotten better at the owl, to be honest. But okay.
But yeah, overall looks pretty good. Just practice. We'll get everything working perfectly.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's Womp's Fortress. Next, Cool Mountain. When I was watching this,
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure you did everything well. There was one tiny thing I noticed is that when you grab the baby penguin, you can just do a couple of jumps quickly, which makes Mario move faster.
Yeah, that would
instead
be
of just walking.
That would be smarter.
Yeah, it's just like a tiny detail.
I do oh, he just died. I do I do for some reason I walk way too often. I have to not do that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like a hard thing when you start playing. I remember I walked a lot, but I think just if you remember that walking is like the slowest form of movement you can do, that just helped me a lot in just trying to do anything to go faster. And I feel like that increased my movement a lot. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the only issue I had with CCM. Your other star is fine. Oh yeah, I guess you can I don't know. If you watch my stream quickly,
oh,
I can show you. That's fine. For the second star.
Sorry, I'm just gonna answer a question in chat. What emulator do you use? So Usamune is for practice, and then there's a certain version and certain like thing that you have to use. You have to use version 1.9. There's a whole guide for it. Let me try to find the guide. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you kind of take a little bit of a long way.
I do, yes.
Get the star, and there is one trick you can do where you like chain a bunch of wall kicks together, like that, if you're watching.
Yeah, someone told me of that, and I practiced like 10 minutes on that, and I wasn't getting it. And then I got it, and I compared the amount of time that took to the way I do it, and the way I do it is about 3 to 4 seconds longer. So I just was like, I don't want to worry about it. But
yeah, I wouldn't suggest doing that personally, but there is a little bit of a shorter thing you can do if you walk about halfway up instead of walking the entire way. If you just walk halfway, then you can just do a wall kick. Oh, failed it. But you can do a wall kick and just go up there.
Oh, that's so much better. Yeah. Oh, that's good.
That just saves like half a second or something, but
yeah,
just
but
a quick fix.
Yeah, it wouldn't be hard to do. Let me send him this real quick.
All right.
Because someone sent me the guide, but I checked out the guide before I started even streaming, or like even playing the game. Just set up, but let me go. You're fine, just wondering? Oh, it's okay. Here's the guide that tells you everything, basically. Okay. I'm ready for more, Sensei.
All right. Yeah, that's Cool Mountain. Next, Bowser in the Dark World. Everyone's favorite. Yeah, I think yours. This is probably one of your biggest time saves.
Really?
Yeah. I think there's just a couple of things you do that kind of just slow it down in general. One thing is waiting for the flame to end in the beginning. Yeah. That only saves like a second, if you don't wait for it. But it's something you can just practice if you feel like practicing it. All you do, I can show you here quickly, is you just do 2 long jumps, and then you pull back after you get on the button. Takes a little bit of practice to get. I just failed it one time, but
chat doesn't see it, but I'm looking.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, cool. Okay. I didn't even realize you could just do that.
Yeah, it's pretty precise, but I don't know, just a little bit of practice and you should get it. And then the biggest thing, or one of the biggest things, is when you are right here after you get the first red coin. I noticed you just kind of run.
Yeah.
Do a triple jump.
Yeah.
And triple jumps aren't too fast. One thing I would suggest that's a lot easier is you don't even need to move the camera over like this. You can just keep it like this and then just do 1 long jump. Well, I just died there, but
yeah, I'm just scared sometimes of, but I'll try to keep that in mind that I could just. Oh, I just did it.
Yeah,
with the fire thing.
Oh, nice. But yeah, if you just long jump from the flat area up here and just hold all the way down, and then you just can chain a couple of long jumps together,
Okay, so
It's a
chat,
lot
you don't
faster.
see this, but this is what kind of he said. The
Yeah.
chain long jumps from there. Ah, cool.
Yeah. Also, just so you know, I have my controls showing in the bottom left. If you want to see like what exactly I'm doing, that like little
Ooh.
square thing is my joystick, and then it says the buttons when I press them.
Oh yeah, I see
Just
it.
in case you need to see that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So, yeah. So the two things I just said, not waiting for the fire, and then long jumping to get the second coin.
Oh, that's so cool. I feel like I'm a professional. Oh, okay. Never mind.
But yeah, then the next thing, this fire will be out when you are coming back. So you can just jump over it. Just one
Yeah,
jump.
I started jumping. I don't know when was the last time like you. Well, yeah, I started jumping over it because I realized that you could just jump over it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just a quick thing. And then what I do is so I'm running this way, and then I jump over the fire, and then I go camera right twice, and then I just do a long jump over those two platforms.
You could long jump over that? Ooh.
Yeah. But yeah, just a couple of movement things, but it saves time. It adds up. So getting good at it is definitely an important thing. And then the next thing.
Yeah, sorry, there's no song requests on right now, guys.
So you're doing the triple jump wall kick onto the moving platforms, which is nice.
I know you could long jump more here, right?
Yeah, let me look at your stream quickly. Yeah, you
Also,
can.
You could
really think
also
need to.
long jump from there. Like I don't do certain things, even though I know maybe I could because I'm like scared of falling.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the more you practice, the better you'll be, and the more comfortable you'll be. Which is
That's
most important,
sick. The fire thing is sick. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I personally, I don't know. I know there's like a couple of long jumps I can do to save time, but I don't really do it because I'm not really too comfortable at Dark World. It is something I'm practicing, but I'm still able to get a sub 19, so
Gotcha.
it's fine. It won't like ruin your run if you don't miss a long jump, but the more comfortable you get, the easier it'll be. And then a couple more things here at Dark World. Just let me get to the area here to show you.
I'll show everyone what you're doing, and I'll try to emulate on my own side.
Oh my
God, that fire thing is sick. Like, it looks so much harder than it is. I mean, sometimes I screw it up, obviously.
All right, I am at the point in which I want to show you things.
I'm looking.
So if you're looking at my stream, I'm on the moving platforms right now, and
long jumping to skip that part.
Yeah. If you're just on the platform here, if you just long jump, well, I just failed. You hate to see it. But yeah, if you just long jump there, normally you'll be able to get it.
Yeah, that's I practiced that a little bit, but I didn't get it consistent. But I should practice it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, just like a little bit of time save. And then I have one more thing in Dark World, getting the last 2 coins.
Yeah.
Just get back.
Ooh, I just did it. I side flipped, so I don't need to hold on to the ledge. But yeah, I would love to see how to get the last one specifically, because I see like speedrunners do it, but I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, it looks really scary, but it's really easy to do.
I just did the long jump twice. Pretty
nice.
What I've realized is that if you just long jump one after the other, you get it.
Yeah.
Get it more consistently. Like instead of taking a break or a pause.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay, so I'm at the spot again. This time, hopefully I don't die. So yeah, so what I've noticed you do is you run to this thing and then you jump over
Yeah,
here.
I do.
What you can do is just run along this edge.
I
here,
was
which is
scared
kinda
to do
scary.
that, yeah.
Yeah,
But it
it's
seems
kinda
better.
scary.
It seems better because you're also not building momentum when you get to that point also, right?
Yeah, but let me just set a checkpoint here in case I die again.
Mhm.
But if you look at my controls in the bottom left,
Oh,
you'll see
yeah.
that when I'm on here, I'm like doing forwards and left.
Mhm.
So that way I'm hugging the wall a little bit. I'm not actually like moving along the wall,
Mhm.
which would make it really slow. But I'm just like hugging the wall, which still causes them to run, but I'm not going to fall off that way.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and then you just go up here, and then what you do is you
Yeah.
checkpoint. You go here, and I used to do the same thing, so
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
it's fine. Until recently,
Ah.
I actually did that. But what you can do, a little bit scary, is you just dive there, and you
Jesus.
get the coin.
Okay.
Normally you get it immediately. Don't know why I didn't get it there, but oh my god. Yeah, you just. I'm actually choking right now.
Bro, in front of 10,000 people? Come on, bro.
I know. But yeah, there you go. It's kind of hard, or it's kind of scary because you can't see Mario for a second, but it's, if you look at my controls again, it's just a dive. That's literally it. I just dive in the air while I'm holding forwards left.
Gotcha.
And that gets you here. And then this.
Oh yeah, I've done that before, but if the camera is the wrong angle, then sometimes I jump off the platform.
Yeah, you don't need
Yeah.
to do that. It just saves a second, if even. I say a second very sparingly.
Oh, you gave me a lot more confidence to my biggest problem I think is just like confidence for a lot of the game.
Yeah, your or people's mood definitely affects how fast they can go in a game a lot. I've had it happen to me where I've been failing at BLJs for like 10 minutes.
Oh, I found out the
just
trick
done.
for BLJs.
Yeah,
I
the
don't know if
metronome.
yeah, it actually works. Like I'll screw up still, but like it's much better.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I've never done that, but it looked pretty cool when you figured that out.
Yeah, I got really excited.
But yeah, that's it for Bowser in the Dark World.
Ooh, one big thing I want to know. Sorry, how do you go up the stairs? Because I feel like every time I go up the stairs, I'm doing it in such a slow way.
Which stairs? In Dark World?
They're all kind of like the ones that you press.
Just in general?
Yeah. You know which stairs, which type of stairs I'm talking
I know
about?
exactly what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Can I tell you? I'll tell you in like 15 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Once we get to a good one.
Bits or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
So with Bowser throws, what you want to do, I don't know, it's just practice really. I mean, I just failed the first throw there, but it's just practice. One thing you want to do is you want to have the same routine each time. Because if you don't, it's kind of like, it's a lot easier to have the muscle memory for the throws if you do the same routine over and over again. And then another thing is Bowser's hitboxes. It's pretty small.
But sometimes it feels really big.
Yeah.
That's what she said. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why.
But yeah, you can just quickly run around and grab it. I do a jump kick there just because it's a little bit faster. Also, sorry for the lag on my stream.
No, it's
just
okay.
horrendous. I have your stream up, and it just looks so bad.
That's okay.
But yeah.
When I figured out to get my Bowser throws better, I mean they're still trash, but sometimes I'll get it like every single Bowser throw except the last one on bits. Because that one is just, you have to spin him more, so it just makes it more complicated for me.
Yeah, that makes sense. One thing I will say, a little tip, is if you're spinning Bowser and he reaches his maximum spinning speed, if you just hold down, it'll keep on spinning. Just like a
Really?
little tip. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, like I'm not moving my joystick at all. He's just spinning around. But if I
Trying to
let
keep that
go,
in
he'll
mind.
slow down. So if you hold down while he's spinning, it just keeps him at the constant rate.
Says, "Man, that is choppy."
Yeah. I'm agreeing with you.
Your audio is really good though. I don't know what
Yeah,
mic you have.
I think honestly, why it's so laggy is my computer. It's kind of not the best. I need to upgrade. But yeah, hopefully it's bearable.
It's fine for me, but yeah, I don't know. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. All right. And I think that's everything for Dark World and Bowser 1. So
Not for
let's move
me.
on to
So. I could show you my screen instead if you want, and I'll just look at his. That could be.
Sorry, everyone.
Now we have 7,000 watching. Yeah, go ahead though.
Yeah,
but here,
okay.
I feel like I do this okay. Well, obviously I took too long there.
Do what? Which one?
The
Talon Star?
I've gotten the Talon Star better. I still don't get it every time, but I recover it okay, I feel like. Like there,
Yeah,
boom,
I mean,
you know?
when I was watching it, it looked a little bit shaky, but you're getting it every time, so
the only
as long
thing
as you
is,
get it every time, that's fine.
Yeah, the biggest thing here is there's a certain way to jump here to get the star like every time. I don't know where to jump exactly.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily the jump.
The
and
angle?
It's pretty abstract. It's just like, I don't know, it's the direction you have the joystick in. Yeah.
Yeah.
So as long as you have the joystick in the fine direction, then it'll be fine.
That went up to 8K.
Yeah, you'll have 20K soon now that the slideshow is gone. Yeah. I don't know why it streams so poorly, but I mean, it's perfectly functional on my end. I just have no clue.
Yeah, Discord is weird.
Yeah.
Oh. You could travel pretty freely with, like, you don't screw up near the pyramids. Oh my god, I remember the first day I did this, I tried to climb the pyramid. And it took me so.
Uh-huh. Yeah. But yeah, so one thing for your Talon Star. I just do a long jump here. I'm not sure if you do that.
Yeah, I tried a long jump there, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a little bit faster. But yeah, so if you do a long jump here, jump, dive, and then I like to do the slide. Like it's just a little bit faster than a normal dive.
Oh, yeah, I never use that slide.
Yeah, it's definitely a handy thing. It might be my favorite movement, actually.
It looks cool.
Yeah. But yeah, the dive's perfectly fine as well. And then the one last bit of advice is you want to make sure you stay on the right side of the pillar. Yeah. Because if you're on the left, then the fly guy will follow you.
I learned that from a YouTube tutorial.
Uh-huh. Yeah. All right, so yeah.
Oh,
your shifting sandland looks good.
One big thing on this map, and which Janelle just said in chat also, I don't triple jump this part too much. I don't know if you see. Oh, like I just did it nicely there, but I feel like most of the time I don't feel confident, so I just like do the other thing.
Yeah. I don't know. I think you just need to practice that. I think it's very, very rare to actually die doing a triple jump. I'd say you probably have the same chance of dying doing your trick.
Oh, I guess I just got
triple jump.
So used to my trick that I feel like any other trick is like, yeah, okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, just a triple jump, and yeah, I mean, you just did it. You definitely are able to do it. But yeah, a little bit faster.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that's everything in SSL.
Ooh, one thing is just moving from SSL to Lava Land, I know I screw it up, but I don't know how have confidence. I do need to. I don't know how to like
how to
the
move
best
better?
movement. Yeah, the best movement from there to Lava Land, and then how to actually do good movement in Lava Land.
Yeah. Let me get there quickly. To show you, but I think it's just a couple of long jumps. What I do.
Okay. Even in the basement, I'm not like good with the movement.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. There's a lot of tight corners.
Yeah.
Okay. I need to exit out of SSL. Okay. So yeah, one thing you could theoretically do, I don't do it, but if you switch to Mario camera, it'll always show like what Mario's looking at. Which could potentially help you going around these corners. I personally haven't found a reason to use it, but if it helps you, then great. But yeah, getting to Lethal Lava Land from Shifting Sand Land. What I personally do, and I think most people do, don't know why I'm saying personally, is you just do one long jump and then you can run for a little bit until you get to like this little ledge up here. And then right before that, you just do another long jump into.
Ooh.
I'm failing right now.
Oh, it's okay. I got it. The 2 long
yeah.
jumps. Well, I don't have it, but like I get it.
Yeah, and then you can, if you go a little bit short, you can just do another jump in.
Okay. And then the Lava Lands. There's a certain pattern for that thing, right?
Yeah. If you get to it fast enough, it's just like perfectly normal. Feels like just normal land.
Oh wait, you got to it.
Yeah.
Wait, how did you get to it? You purposefully went into the fire to get there faster?
Yeah.
Oh.
What's interesting is the way you do it is actually faster if you do it perfectly.
Oh really?
Yeah. It's just like, I don't know. I've found a little bit of difficulty because you can miss and land in lava, and that's probably pretty bad. But yeah, I just do a long jump here, and then I land on this, then another long jump, and then you just dive a little bit. I'm missing like half the coins, but yeah.
Like, that was actually okay. Ah. Okay. Let me see.
But yeah.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Sorry. One thing I would suggest for getting the coins is, do you know what a dustless dive is?
I just kind of learned it recently.
Okay. Yeah. If you roll out from the dive fast enough, the dust animation won't appear.
And it makes you faster, right? Or it feels faster.
Yeah, it's an indicator that you're doing the jump fast. And yeah, if you just do that, it'll make your red coins a little bit faster. But it's not like too bad.
I think we're okay.
Yeah. Pretty quick one. Next is HMC.
Yeah. Oh. So HMC. Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I personally didn't see anything too bad with your HMC. There were a couple of small details, but what were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was gonna say when I get out of Lava Land, I feel like I run too much. I guess I could triple jump to it. Oh, I just did it actually. I guess I'll start trying to triple jump to it.
Yeah, triple jumps actually aren't that fast.
Oh.
I would say just do like a long jump. What you can actually do is you can do 2 long jumps, and like the long jump is just high enough to put you on the platform. But I don't know.
Okay.
You can do just 1 long jump and then like a jump dive or something. Just whatever feels comfortable.
2 long jumps
and
just
also
felt good.
fast. Yeah, long jumps are probably it is one of the fastest moves you can do.
Gotcha.
So yeah. Yeah, and then while we're on the topic, actually, just like a thing you should be thinking about is if you ever get your momentum stopped, if you just do a speed kick, you'll have.
Hello? Your computer break. I don't hear you anymore. I think his computer broke, guys. I have, yeah. Give me a second. Okay. I think that's right. If momentum is stopped, I could just kick and then double jump. I saw that in a tutorial, but I completely forgot to use it. He has to restart his computer. No worries. Yeah, so do some BLJ to HMC. Or HMC to BLJ. Wait, what? BLJ. HMC. That's not the order, I don't think. If you meant to MIPS, then I could do that. HMC to MIPS would be like this. Oh yeah, I definitely have to learn this. People say side flip or something into a dive. I don't know. Ow. Do backwards long jump instead of 2 long jumps. Hey, what's up? I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. How you doing, Darkness? How is life? So when my momentum is stopped, right? Especially for MIPS, I should really think about that with MIPS. You just woke up? Nice. Nice. Do backwards long jumps instead of 2 long jumps. Oh, see, I even ran right here. Oh, there's so much. Okay, no. Then I hit the door. Do backwards long jumps instead of 2 long jumps. Wait, I'm confused. I've been sleeping at normal time, so can't really watch streams. Ah, gotcha. That makes sense, I suppose. My streaming time is like a bit earlier too. Like I end a bit earlier now as well. So I screwed this up way too much. I don't know. From LLL to HMs. Why would I do a backwards long jump? Why would I do that? That seems so stupid. Just kidding. I could try that. I could try that. ざっとはなんかちょっとおかしいですよね。Alright. I feel like doing that might be good. I don't know. Ow. From LL to HMC. The thing is, when I get out, I don't remember if I get out like this or like this. If I get out like this, doing a backward jump doesn't make any sense.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back, no worries.
Yeah, I just need to pull the trigger and get a new computer. My computer is actually the worst.
It's okay. I mean, it's not okay. That sucks, but it's okay for this.
Yeah. I need to learn how to like build a computer.
Yeah, I built my computer and it was much cheaper than getting a pre-made one.
Yeah.
But yeah, Darkness. Sorry, I just want to say something to chat for a second. Darkness. Do you still talk to that person, your crush, the streamer person? I'm playing GoldenEye with Mario characters. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know I could do that. All right, I'm back.
Right,
I'm ready.
Share my screen again.
Okay. I think you do. Oh no, it's a ROM hack. Oh, cool. Okay, cool. Are there speedruns for that as well, Dalton? But not as a crush. Oh, okay. Got a Horizon Forbidden West, and I saw a video about it. It looks so good. When does it come out? Sorry, I'm watching. So over here, when I side jump, I used to do it pretty okay. Now I don't. I'm thinking to just start triple jumping here.
Wait, let me pull up your stream here. Let me pull up your stream here. Okay, side flip there.
Yeah.
How would you triple jump?
I don't know. I've seen people. You see, when I side flip, sometimes I screw it up like that.
Yeah. I don't know. I think side flipping is like the only option, really.
Oh, okay. My sound is too low on mobile for some reason. Oh, that might be on your side. I don't know, Darkness. Sorry. Oh, okay, Dalton. Go ahead. My bad. By the way, should I call you
Is my
Seth
mic
or
better?
Fig? Yes, it's better. Should I call you Seth or Fig?
I don't know. I'm fine with either.
How about Seth Fig?
Whichever you prefer.
Okay.
Yeah, or both.
Or both. Okay.
But yeah, so for side flips here, I think you just need to practice.
Okay.
What I do is, if you look at my controls here, when I side flip, I'm still holding like upright in the corner. I'm not like left at all.
That's.
And that, yeah, that
Wait.
normally gets me up.
Still holding. Oh, okay. Yeah, I try to like direct it so I don't die. Usually it's okay, but sometimes it's just really bad, and then I lose confidence in the run, because if I die there, it like loses a lot of time, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Let me check my notes here about what I said about HMC.
Comes out this Friday. Oh. Go ahead.
Okay. I only said a couple of things, which are just like small details, but one thing is the start. What you can do is you can like chain 3 long jumps together, which is a lot faster. If you saw there.
I don't. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. Let me. I was seeing your screen, but then it went away. And now I can't. Here, let me pop it out. Yeah, now I just see your Oh, okay. I see it.
Yeah. Okay, you can see it now?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So if you do a triple jump there.
Oh, you could do 2? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was scared of dying there.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I just did it. Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is a little bit scary, but you should be able to get it.
All right.
And then, yeah, your watch for Rolling Rock Star. All I said was that your movement could improve a little bit.
I get hit.
Getting there.
Yeah, I get hit by the balls a lot.
Yeah, so if you can just long jump and then dive there, or long jump. Sometimes you get another long jump if you have enough momentum.
Gotcha. So what I'm understanding is that I got a long jump a lot more than I do now. That's that's the big message. Yeah.
But yeah, just long jump off of here. You can get like a chain of long jumps there.
Bro, long jumps are
a lot faster.
so powerful. What the hell?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I didn't realize you could long jump off of there. Oh, I screwed it up. But, damn.
Yeah, but that's all I have for HMC. Everything else looked pretty good.
Yeah.
So yeah, we move on to MIPS.
Yeah, I need to learn how to get MIP. What's it called? The side flip thing. That I don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty simple. Let me show you here. So yeah. Also, I heard you talking about like a side flip dive here.
Yeah, because someone was telling me about that.
Yeah, that's not.
That's not the
what
right
you're
thing.
supposed to do. No.
Okay. Good, I don't do that then.
What I do, just let me get back there quickly, is I just do a long jump off of here.
Oh, that's what I do.
Sometimes I'll bonk.
Yeah.
I'll just do some dives there.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes I'll catch MIPS there. But if he goes to the corner over here, what you do is you run, side flip, dive here.
Oh, maybe that's what he meant when he said side flip.
Probably.
Okay. Yeah,
but
so
yeah, that works like 99% of the time.
It's funny because when I don't get this one, and if I keep running, I'll get this one without even like seeing. So I don't really usually. But yeah, Ben Simmons has arrived to Brooklyn. Okay. Who's Ben Simmons? Basketball player? I don't know. It sounds familiar. Okay, I knew that. Let's go Brooklyn. What's What's
Alright.
next? BitFS? No, no,
Next is
Oh, the water thing.
yeah, the water thing. It's a little difficult for you since you don't play with game volume on, right?
Yeah, I sometimes do, but usually not.
Yeah, it might be good to get in the habit, at least for the water part, because he'll make a sound once you have like the fastest speed.
Oh.
Let me turn my volume on here.
Wait, can we race for a second so I just understand how much worse I'm doing?
You want to do a race?
Yeah.
Sure, right now?
Yeah.
All right.
If you win, that's cool. But if I win, you have to gift 100. No, I'm joking. Yeah, I want to race
I'll
just to
gift
see how it
1,000.
goes. Okay. Wow, you're that confident. Jesus. All right, let's do it.
Alright, let me open up the other version here.
Oh, like we could do it on Wait, what do you mean?
I just do the non-Usamuni version, just that I like can't cheat at all, and I also can't reset.
I mean,
levels at all or anything.
Okay, I'll take your word for it, but.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just like a personal preference for me.
Oh, okay.
'Cause I want to get in the habit of using just the normal one.
That makes sense.
But yeah, do you want me to share my screen for the run?
Yes.
You gonna put it up on the?
Yes, I'm gonna put it
10,000
right
viewers?
next. 10,000. Well, 11,000 now. They got excited after hearing about the race.
All right, let me share my screen here.
Guys, we're gonna race. Okay. This is probably not gonna look perfect, but both of our screens will
Yeah.
be here. I think I popped it out. Did I pop it out? Oh, you popped it out. Oh, okay. Oh no.
All right, let me know when you're ready.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Oh. Okay, I'm ready. I don't know if this will look okay, but let's do it.
All right, you want to count us down?
Sure. 3, 2, 1, go. Wait, what? No, not an entire race. What are you, crazy?
Oh, what?
No, just the water part.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not gonna beat you in a race. No, I'm not.
Right now?
No, I know. Yeah, just the water part, so I could. Yeah, that's why I was confused. I was like, wait, you're gonna go to the regular one? Yeah. No, I please. I wouldn't put money on that unless do a full race. Nah, he's way better than me. Let me get sub 20, then I'll race him. Yeah, what is that? How does that sound like, Seth?
Sure.
Okay.
That sounds great.
I don't care. Do a full race. You're not new, Darkness. Okay.
Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, you're lagging. I don't know if you went.
Yeah, I'm going.
Oh, you are going. Okay.
Sorry about the lag.
No, it's okay. If your computer dies, then I'll win. So it's okay.
Yeah. Oh, also speaking of lag, my sub completely obliterates this game, so it's so laggy here.
Okay.
But I'll still beat you.
You're not new, Darknet. Yeah. Well, I'm ahead of you. Ha ha! I'm ahead of you. What happened? Wait, where's the ship?
Lag.
Where'd the ship go?
I'm not sure if you can see it.
My ship's not here.
You have 16 stars.
Oh, well, I won. So. Well, you could. Okay. It's whoever reached this. Well, there's no ship.
Winner by forfeit is me.
Yeah, fine. I'll give it to you. All right, next map.
Where's
next
my
map.
1,000 subs?
No, you give me 1,000 subs, but if you win, it's just the GGs.
All right. GGs.
GGs. Ping auto loss. Now do a full race. Your streamer's got. You're not old, Darkness. You're just not new. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me open my notes again here. Okay. So, yeah, the only thing I have for the sub star is you can do a side flip on the fin, and then
Oh, the first time I got it successfully, I did that, but ever since then, I didn't do it for some reason. So I'm gonna try to do that more often. That's a very, very good. I'm happy you said that.
Yeah. I think it just saves like a little bit of time, but it's the seconds that count.
True. And the way I play, it would save more than a few seconds, so that's okay.
Yeah. Okay. Next, Bowser in the Fire Sea.
That's why I suck at SM64 Insta Karma. True. Yes. Fire. Oh, it's called Fire Sea? That's such a dumb name. I just noticed that.
Yeah.
I feel like... Oh,
yeah,
you do it like that.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing right now.
Can I show you how I do it and you tell me what you think?
I think I've seen you do it before.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so this is like one of the this is a star, or not a star, this is a level that if you look at the difference between like the world record and like a normal runner, it's insane how slow the normal runner seems. Like even I seem like super slow.
That's so cool.
Yeah. Like there's so much optimization you can do, but none of it, there's not like one thing that makes you go like 10 seconds faster or something. It's just like a combination of everything. So I just like in general more practice. A couple of things, just a couple of little things. One is your camera when you're going up the pole is kind of weird.
Yeah, I've heard that before as well. I might fall asleep again. I'm sorry, I'm learning how to play the game. I'm sorry, Darkness. Okay? It's not the most interesting stuff, but I'm gonna do runs soon, okay? In a few hours. Don't worry about it. Ping boring. I'm sorry. They're hating on me. What do I do?
Ban them.
Ban. Oh, that's so smart. No, I can't. I'm too small of a streamer. If I ban them, I lose everyone, you know?
Ban them all.
Well,
okay.
Gotta ban you guys now.
Yeah, so what I do is, let me get to it quickly.
Do you when you do this part, do you have to wait for the thing to go up again, or you get there fast enough?
Yeah, I get there on the first cycle.
Oh, yeah.
Because what happens is the second you load into the level, it starts going up and down. So depending on like how slow or how fast it takes you to get to it, it could be all the way up or all the way down.
Yeah.
So I do it first cycle, but there are people, the world record people, do it in 0 cycles. So
before it even like.
Yeah, it's at when you start the level, it starts all the way down, and then it goes up, and the speedrunners that have the world record or very close to it are able to get Mario to the elevator or whatever you want to call it. Right as it's going down from the top, and they can triple jump and go off of it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it's really hard to do. Like really hard.
I'll take first cycle. That's okay.
Yeah, even first cycle is pretty hard.
Okay.
But I think for now, just luck. I don't think it really matters that much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you said the camera is weird. Can I see how your camera looks when you do this part?
Yeah. Let me get there.
And also, also how you get up the next part, because, well, just like how you do the whole thing, I guess. I'm just gonna watch your screen for a bit.
Okay. Yeah, so I am going up this way, and then when I jump off, I move left twice. So when I'm going,
when you go up,
I'll just go from here again.
Yeah, just don't die.
Yeah.
Oh, you go from that side. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes more sense because Mario's already like facing that way, kind of.
I don't think it matters too much.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I did die.
Okay. Damn, maybe I should teach you how to play. Damn.
Yeah, I'll get a lesson from you tomorrow.
Okay. I charge though by the hour.
Okay, I'm fine with anything. Let me get back there. Oh my god, that's the second time I've bonked there. I am not feeling it tonight. But yeah, so I get up here. What you can do is you can do here. Let me set a checkpoint there. Okay. So what you can do is you can do a side flip up here. Like that.
Oh.
And
And then
that's
what do you do when you get up there? Well, we'll continue talking.
yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I just do a couple of long jumps. That was really slow, but let me show you again.
Oh, you side flip when you get to the platform, and it goes perfectly to that side. And then you change the camera. Long jump. You long jump twice. You slide down. Oh. At a certain point, I don't know what you did, to be honest. But
yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Basically, as long as you get on top of like the climbing thing, it's fine. But yeah, so you can do the side flip up here, which is pretty fast, but a faster alternative is when you are jumping off of this. You can do a triple jump. I'm not really that good at it. And yeah, it's a lot. Or not a lot, but
I'm an idiot. I refreshed chat instead of. Sorry. Oh, you dive there and then okay, I see.
Yeah.
Like a triple jump. Oh.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest that though. I would
yeah, that
suggest
seems
just doing
hard.
the side flip.
Oh, the side flip is. Oh my god. Okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and then I have a couple of other things here. Yeah. Okay. I have one more big thing. That it's kind of like an option. You don't need to do this, but it would probably save a fair bit of time. But it's kind of hard. Like this is a trick you'd actually need to like practice and learn. But what it is, and if you haven't seen this before, it'll probably be pretty cool.
Oh, I've seen it. The left side.
Yeah.
How much time does that save?
It saves. Well, depending on how good your normal side is, it can save a lot of time. I think for you, it can save, I don't know, probably like 15 seconds.
Oh, that's a lot of time.
But you of course run the risk of getting burnt like I just did, or falling off like this. And this little ledge you're on is a lot smaller than you would think. I don't know why I'm choking so much, but
you're nervous in front of the thousands of.
Yeah. But yeah, once you get on it, you can just hold straight and then burn yourself twice.
So you still have to burn yourself twice. Okay.
Yeah. There's no going around that. But yeah, that's one thing. I don't know. You can learn that if you want. I don't think it's.
I'll try a little bit right
amazing.
now. Guys, if you don't know what he's talking about because you only see my screen. How did I die? I was about to say I'm gonna show you what. I'm gonna show you
I would
exactly.
suggest setting some checkpoints with Jusumune.
Yeah, I was trying to set it up and then I died.
Yeah. So once I finish this Bowser fight, I'll show you another way to do it if you want to optimize your right side if you don't feel comfortable doing that. But one thing I noticed about your second Bowser is you kind of run up here and try and avoid being hurt by lava.
This last run, I realized that you don't even need to do that.
Yeah. What you can do is if you stand completely still, you slide towards him.
Oh, go under. Oh, I've definitely seen speedrunners do that. Yeah.
Yeah. And then to grab his tail, I noticed you messed up on that a couple of times as well.
Yeah. Sometimes I don't.
What
Sometimes I do.
Yeah. I use the visual cue of the floor starts to shake fast. Once it starts to shake faster than normal, that's kind of like, I don't know, doesn't really make that much sense. But you grab his tail like once the floor starts going back and forth fast.
I thought when it stops going back and forth, you grab his tail.
I don't think that works. But if you watch here, once it starts shaking fast, grab it, and it's good.
Oh, that was very laggy.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, I don't really know how to show you without the lag, but yeah, you can just practice that a little bit.
Okay, the left side feels like a suicide mission.
Yeah. Yeah, I just sat down and practiced it for like 30 minutes, and I finally got it like going okay, but you probably don't want to do that. So if you
I'll keep it in mind for the future, though.
Yeah. You can just do the right side, and then I have one little tip about your right side.
I'm gonna show it to you first.
Sexual for some reason.
You have a tip about my right side. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me just get to it quickly. You can do something.
Did I long jump into the lava?
Yeah, that's actually what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
good. Long jump.
I like a lot of the stuff you're telling me is a long jump, so
yeah.
I'm like, it feels like it would be faster to long jump here.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, let me just get to there quickly.
Do it. I'm gonna try to jump over him.
All right.
I did it.
Nice. Yeah, that's actually pretty simple once you just realize you can do that.
And I killed him.
Nice. All right. If you're watching my stream here, what I do is I just long jump here, and then I let myself get burnt twice. And then you can just move up on the ledge here.
I don't know. I didn't know what happened because it was so laggy. Yeah.
Sorry. If anyone has any tips in chat to make it less laggy, I don't know if I can like stream it a different way.
Usually it's fine, but
yeah.
What?
Basically you just long
sorry.
jump and then get burnt twice while you're moving straight, and then you're good. I think you basically do that already.
Yeah, but I don't long jump it, so I'll try to remember that. Dino said me throwing Bowser reminded him of a girl. What? Does she look ugly? I don't get it. You see that? Maybe lower upload resolution? Yeah, I guess if you put it like... Yeah, go ahead.
1080, I guess I could change that.
Yeah, 720 should be more than enough. Yeah, I used to throw her around. Sheesh.
I think it like puts me at 1080 automatically because I have nitro or something, but
oh, you're a nitro boy. Damn.
Yeah, just a little flex, you know.
Just like Mario did to Bowser. Yeah, I got that.
Let me go to my user settings quickly.
Okay. Ooh, my throwing abilities are trash, but that wasn't bad. I'll practice throws in the meantime.
All right.
To remind DNL about his girl. You grabbed her by her tail too? What? Wait, was she a guy? Nothing wrong with that, but... get the tail. Let's go. I feel like nerves get to me more than anything for Bowser throws.
Yeah, I think that you just need to get more good runs to get more nerves that you feel more comfortable with it. I don't think there's like a trick for that.
Stop getting nervous, you dumbass. Like, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a real thing though. I choke sometimes when I get nervous.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
A tail, if you know what I don't know what you mean. What is a tail on a girl? I honestly don't know what that means. Only thing I can think of is she has a penis. But that's because I think of penis a lot. No, I'm just joking. Oh, oh. Bro, you know. I don't know. What's a tail? Seth, do you know?
I have no clue. I think I'm gonna just pretend like this conversation isn't going on.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm joking, right?
Bro, you know, you put a picture of a peach. How does an ass relate to a tail? Well, I mean, okay.
Oh,
yeah, never mind.
I think I know what he's talking
I get
about.
it now. Yeah, never mind. The second I said it, I was like, oh, that's how it relates. But wait, no, it still doesn't make sense because he said I grabbed her by her tail.
I have a.
Oh, you have a suspicion?
Potential suspicion, but I think I'm gonna just keep quiet about it.
Yeah. I guess I'll just think about it for the next like 2 years of my life.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. No, I was just trying to fix it. I don't think I'm gonna be able to fix it. I will look into it later though. This just not the tail thing, the streaming lag.
Okay.
But yeah. All right. Next.
She was the plug though. Did she use a? Never mind. She used a dildo, and you grabbed her by her. Like I don't get it. You grabbed her by her. Never mind. Presidential joke over there. If you know what I mean. Anyway, yep. Go ahead.
Next part. I guess we're on upstairs. Let me.
Please, my upstairs is amazing. Okay.
Yeah, there's one little trick.
I know.
Show you.
I can't do it. I've tried it already.
Really?
I can't do it. Look what ends up happening every time I try to do it. Wait, look at my screen. Yeah.
Open up your stream. Here.
My stream's not open, bro. Oh my god. I'm just joking. Oh, I always run into the wall. It happened again.
Yeah. I'm watching on my phone right now, so it's like really delayed. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So what you're doing is you are jumping immediately. You want to wait like half a second while you're running forwards to do the first jump.
Okay. Wait half a second. Huh.
Like run for just a tiny bit and then jump. Like you're still jumping too early. You want to have it set the second jump is like right. Yeah, right there. You just did it. Oh, wait. You probably did it like 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I just saw you do it.
But then I go to the stairs. I don't go to the.
What you want to do is after you clip through it, you want to hold forwards right on your joystick.
Forward right? Not forward left?
Yeah, it's a little weird, but yeah, forward right.
Oh, I did it.
Yeah. There we go.
Bro, I struggled with that for like so long. Oh my god. Forward right. Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so much easier. Yeah, that's
And then your BLJs
are amazing.
Honestly, I think are better than mine.
Oh, you got to do the metronome, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I need to try it out.
I'm telling it's 421 beats per second. 451, 450. Just like Kid Cudi said. Let's keep
first try. So I don't know.
That's because I'm here. I'm giving you confidence.
Oh yeah.
Good job though.
Yeah, I normally just like spam as hard as I can.
Bro, it hurts my fingers like crazy. This is the beat.
Yeah.
Do you hear that?
I do.
Okay. Is it very loud and annoying?
No, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna actually try it right now.
Your fingers are pathetic. That's what every girl tells me. Actually, because I play guitar, girls are like, "Oh, you're good with your fingers," and I'm like, "Yeah, but only on guitar." And then they stop talking to me. Watch, I'm gonna get it before you. Oh, I got it! Yes! Yo, I'm telling you, this thing is... But it's... Well, I didn't get it yet. I have to go through the wall, but... That was not fast enough, really? Okay, I didn't get it. I'm stuck in the wall, though. Oh, that's so dumb.
Yeah, one thing that I have set that... I don't know. You can choose to do it or not.
I just got it! Sorry,
Nice.
go ahead.
No, it's fine. I set it so that my Mario life icon is my speed.
Mario Life. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why it shows that. I didn't know that. I've seen other people have it like that. I didn't realize it was speed.
Yeah. That's just helpful. I found it like helpful in like all my runs where I don't do in like actual runs, but when I'm practicing to like make sure I'm at the optimal speed. And then BLJs, if you do them right, you'll see your speed slowly increase and not stay at -16.
BLJs do. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll keep that in mind if I want to practice them on Usamune.
Yeah. All right. And then we're almost done here. One last thing. Bowser in the Sky. I had the most notes on this.
Yo, there's one thing I really want to get down in Bowser.
Is it skipping the pole thing?
Yes, yes. I think that could save me so much time.
Okay, let me get there. It's this one. There's a couple of ways to go about it. There's one. What I do is it looks like super hard and cool, but it's actually pretty easy.
Okay.
But yeah, if you pull up my stream here, I can show you.
Oh yeah, I have your stream open the whole time, bro.
Okay,
I've seen
maybe you didn't want to open for that bonk there.
I saw that.
And that.
But I heard that doesn't save too much time, which is why I haven't practiced it much.
Yeah, it saves like I don't know, saves not enough for you to worry about it.
Are you saying I'm not gonna be a world record holder soon?
Once you get there, then you can start practicing it.
Okay.
But yeah, I would say it's not worth the risk when you can just run around. I would say long jump a couple of times here.
Yeah, I saw you do that actually. Yeah.
But yeah, okay. Let me get to the good spot. Oh, I had one little tip here. I noticed you missed the jump a little bit a couple of times here. What you can do is you normally do like the running side flip.
Yes.
What you can do as well is if you just crouch.
Backflip?
Oh,
I just
yeah.
I just did it, but I screwed it up.
But yeah, sometimes if I'm like short on time there and I don't have enough time to do a side flip, I'll do a crouching backflip.
Yeah, I have to remember all the other stuff I can do. Oh, we're up to the stairs. This is also a big thing.
We are.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. I thought I did something really cool, but I didn't. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so with the stairs, what you want to do is you just want to be running and then just jump and then jump and then jump again right there and then jump dive at the end.
Oh, so triple jump it.
Yeah, that's yeah.
And then jump.
But your first jump can't be onto the platform or onto the ledge because you won't have enough momentum.
Because then you can't double jump, right?
Yeah.
I actually figured that out for some other thing that I was trying to get done, and I ran into that problem, and I was like, oh, I can't. Oh, so you don't even press the question mark, yeah?
Yeah, no, you don't need to press that at all.
Is the question mark so you do the same thing on every stair thing?
Yeah, mostly.
Okay. Stairs are still there, so I can't press. Okay, it's back. Ooh, I did it. Okay.
Nice. Yeah, it's pretty simple.
But if you screw it up, it's like annoying.
Yeah. Well, you can actually save it. If you see that you're not going to be able to get the third jump, you can just hold A and do like the kicking thing to get up.
Oh yeah, I just did it. That literally just happened to me. I didn't get the third jump, so I kicked up.
Yeah, and that's a way to save it. And I think even if you just did the kicking all the way up, that would be faster than doing the stairs.
Oh, okay.
So, just a little thing to keep in mind.
But the triple is the fastest, yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Okay.
I was so happy when I figured out this trick. Well, I didn't figure it out. Someone told me that I could just turn around and long jump off that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice move. It's kind of scary. Just jumping into the abyss.
Yeah. Do you think learning... Well, I guess... Go ahead.
What were you going to say? No?
So I understand that there's... I fell. Sorry, I fell.
That's fine. Are you saying like the thing where you jump over the block?
Yes. It's not worth it for me yet, right?
Yeah, it's pretty hard, honestly. What I do that's faster and easier than that
Ooh.
is it's called left side. And it might look a little intimidating, and it also might look a little laggy if you're watching the stream. But yeah, basically you see where I am right here hanging on the ledge.
Yes. Sorry, let me just get to the same area so I could save there. Yeah. I'm a pro, it'll just take a second. Don't.
Of course.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So what you do is you just hold up, and then the goal is to triple jump onto the slanted slope there, and then do a wall kick off of the ceiling, which you're about to see, and then grab onto the side. So it might take me a couple of tries.
Oh, that is so cool. I thought that was even harder, but do you feel like it's not?
It looks really hard, but it's actually pretty easy. I mean, I
That's
just
so
started doing it like a couple of days ago. I haven't really practiced that much, but I'd say I'm getting it like 30% of the time.
Oh, that's
which isn't
not
great,
bad.
but I just need to keep on practicing it.
So,
yeah. You probably should look at a YouTube video for it since it's like pretty precise and my stream's pretty laggy.
Sure. I'll just look at yours a little more here.
Yeah.
Ooh, you did it. Nice.
Yeah. And as you can see, that just bypassed
a
everything.
lot. That was beautiful.
Yeah. So yeah, just practice, set a checkpoint here. But what you want to do is you want to go up. You just want to press up and then jump once. And while you're on the descent, move forwards, jump again, triple jump on the ledge. So jump, jump, and you'll kind of get a little sense of it yourself, and then do a wall kick off of the back.
The wall kick part seems to be the hardest, to be honest.
Yeah, you'll get used to it, but I mean, like anything. But yeah, it's definitely a little bit hard. But this is definitely a trick worth learning. I calculated it on your stream. I think it would save roughly 30 seconds.
Yeah,
if you did this.
I'm not surprised. That's crazy. It skips so much of the level.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But yeah, this is like a pretty advanced trick, so if you don't feel comfortable with it, it's perfectly fine. And yeah, wait, while we're on the subject, I guess I can show you an alternative to bypass like a little bit of it if you don't feel comfortable with that. So you're probably going to ride the elevator.
Yeah, I'm a pleb.
Yeah, the trick where you jump from block to block, I feel like is harder than the left side.
Okay.
So yeah. So yeah, so once you get to here, what you want to do.
Oh, you could do it from there?
Do what?
Like get to the ladder, the pole?
Yeah, yeah.
I've tried to do that and like side flipping. Yeah.
And then jump. It's it might take a couple of tries, but
that's what happens to me. What just happened to you? So, but I didn't know it was actually possible to do. Okay. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
You probably want to set a checkpoint.
I won't die. Don't worry.
Okay. But yeah, if you do a side flip and then, it's kind of hard to explain, but if you spam A you'll grab onto the pole for a second, and then it'll kick you off. But you don't slide down because you're on a flat area. So if you stay there and then move to the left, and then do a crouching flip or a side flip, whichever one you want, then you'll do it. So
that was a little bit confusing to me. Can you just
yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's my fault. But yeah, so as you can see, I'm up here now. And when I press A, it's just like kicking me off immediately. You can press A like super fast and somehow stay up there, but I've tried it and I get like 20 clicks per second, and it just has never worked for me.
Oh, so, I'm literally in the same position, and I'm trying to. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so it's not working.
You can walk forwards a little bit
and side flip,
crouch, and do a flip. You have to walk forwards like a fair bit, but crouch and do a back flip, and then you're on it.
Oh, that's so cool! I did it.
Nice.
And then I have to remember which way to jump so I don't screw up too. But okay, that should be fine. Is there a way to do this part faster also?
Which part are you on?
On like the last part to get to the like the platforms.
The moving things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nope. There's no way.
You said yeah. I was like, what? There is? And then you're like, nope.
Yeah. Even at like the top level, they have to wait a couple of seconds.
Oh wow. Okay.
For it.
Well, they haven't figured out the trick. That's probably.
Yeah. Have you ever seen
I almost did the side flip thing. TSA that.
TAS.
Oh, I was like TS. That's the security at the airport.
Yeah.
Tool assisted run. Is that what it stands for? Right.
Yeah, it's a little unrelated,
I don't know if I have.
But they're so cool. They.
Oh, I almost got the side flip.
Like,
I'm listening.
You could probably react to it on stream or something. A little bit, maybe, of a potential video. But yeah, it's so cool. For this level, I think they get up to the top in like 10 seconds or something.
Jeez.
It's ridiculous.
Like, tool assistant means that obviously like you're using stuff to help you, right? But
yeah.
What are the stuff they use? Is it like crazy stuff or?
What's interesting is they actually do all the inputs, or they put the inputs into a computer, I think, and they go through every single level frame by frame. So they do an input for every single frame. So it takes a really long time, but it can get you to do like some ridiculous things. Like they BLJ off of everything.
Like okay. Platforms. I think I have seen that before.
Yeah. But yeah, it's really cool. But it does take a long time. It takes like years to make them.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Wow, that makes.
Yeah, because they have to input every single frame.
Okay. Anything else you think I should probably pretty okay for now.
Yeah. Yeah, the one thing I wanted to say for the final Bowser level is there's not really any tricks, but I think if you just keep on practicing it and make sure to do the same route each time, and then if you just fail a bomb throw, just reset, or not like reset your entire run, but go back to your checkpoint.
To get used to the same exact route. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it can make you a lot better if you just practice the same thing over and over again. But yeah, that is basically it. Just to recap, I can send you a message of like the most important things.
Okay.
But I'd say like I don't even know. I guess long jumping more.
Yeah, that seems to be one of the biggest.
And then for the second Bowser, jumping over him.
Yeah. But you see, the thing there is, if I screw up the jumping over him, I die.
Yeah. It is pretty lenient though. You can always over jump. But yeah, I mean, you can practice it for a little bit.
Okay.
And then
goodbye.
I guess in Dark World, doing the long jumps back is a good thing.
Okay.
And then yeah, I'd say those are the most important things.
And just getting better generally. You see, I just got 3 throws with Bowser like so easily right now in practice, but and the last one. Doctor, have a great night, and yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. I was just gonna say, and don't get discouraged when you fail something, because even if you get frustrated, I know you PB'd last run.
I did, yeah.
Yeah. Be happy you PB'd. There's always more to improve, but look on the good side of things.
True. I usually am, but yeah, when I PB. But you're right. It's all about expectations. For me, at least. Yeah.
I mean,
like,
yeah. Personally, I would say you've come such a. You've just improved so much from the first time I saw you, which was like, I don't know, a week or 2 ago. You were like, even if you go back and watch like your old VOD or something, you'll see how bad you are in comparison to where you are right now.
Yeah.
And just like look at that and then think like 2 weeks from now.
Yeah.
Where you are right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. It feels like I'm not, because obviously whenever you first learn something or whatever, you get exponentially better, but then at a certain point you just get very slowly better, because that's just how it is.
Yeah.
And I recognize that, but I don't know. I guess I'm not. Still annoys me, which is not. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, everyone has their days where they get annoyed, but just overall, if you enjoy this, feel good about going fast, stuff like that, then you'll be pretty good.
All right. Thank you so much.
Of course. I'm glad to help you out, and hopefully, are you gonna do another run?
Yeah, I think I'll do at least one more run now. Yeah.
All right. Well, I will be watching. I probably won't be in the call, but I will be watching, and hopefully, you set a PR with the new tricks.
PB? Who says PR?
PR. Sorry, I'm in bench press mode.
Oh, okay. I see. I don't even know that like that world, but as you could probably tell by how scrawny I look, but
except for when you get the muscles put on you.
Oh yeah. That's when I'm in a different mode. That happens.
All right. Well, take care.
Take
Glad
care.
I can
Thank
help
you. Yeah. I don't think I'll PB, by the way. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna PB. But obviously, I have a lot of things.
You learned a lot.
Yeah, so I'm gonna probably make. If I feel like I want to like do something risky, then I'll try it and I'll probably fail it, which is fine, obviously. But yeah, I think it's I'm definitely much closer to sub 20 now because of today.
Yeah, I think it's definitely doable.
Okay.
Yeah, and let me know if you want me to help you at all again or anything like that. I'll be down.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll talk to you another time.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, thank God we're not talking to him anymore. I was just joking. Okay, that was cool. I'm sorry if it was a bit boring for some of you guys. But there was obviously going to be a time that I have to, like, that was inevitable. It wasn't boring for me, but yeah. Hopefully not boring to Seth. But yeah. Okay. Let's do. Put the music a little louder. Gonna go to the actual game. Bada bing, bada bing, bada boom. Let's do another run. What I hope I get out of this run, just long jumps. I just hope I long jump more often. I think I'm gonna die a lot. But that's what happened in the beginning. Like the first few runs, my movement was so bad at, right? And then I got better at movement, and obviously my movement's not amazing now, but it's much better than it was before. And to get to that point, I took a lot of risks during runs that screwed me up a lot. So I'm thinking that's gonna happen now if I take the risks. So don't expect anything crazy, I guess is what I'm saying. Run wise. But you never know. Who knows? Maybe everything will fit. Why is my heart rate going up again? Chill, heart. Chill. I think the heart rate monitor is broken. If I hold my breath, do you think it's going to be even faster? Probably shouldn't do that, right? Ooh, I got to get ready for the PLJs also. Okay. I mean, that's in a while, but... If I could gold split something, I guess I'll take that as a win for this run. Obviously, if I PB, that would be amazing, but if I gold split, that would be even more amazing. Yeah, I screwed that up, and now the camera placement is off, and I screwed up. Screwed up Black too, because I was thinking long jump. Okay. I love how because of the long jump, you get momentum to get to the door. I don't know why I long jumped twice there. Oh, you could long jump twice into the painting too. I don't think I usually do that. The reason why I think originally I didn't long jump too often and why I got into the habit of not long jumping is because of that. Because I'll ground pound sometimes accidentally. And sometimes that could really ruin everything. Oh yeah, I could run along here. I literally waited for him, and I still screwed it up. But it's okay. That was not as bad as it could have been. Chain smoking. 201 is not bad. It's not bad for me. Lakitu actually saves a lot more time than I originally felt like it did. Or maybe it saves the same amount, but maybe I just long jump there too. Long jump, pink. Long jump.
Hello there.
Hey, what's up, Nico? How you doing? Now I'm gonna think to long jump everywhere. I just added that from Stream Elements. I'm doing great, Nico. How you doing? Oh yeah, I could long jump here. I screwed that up, but okay, so that worked. So I could get there faster. I hit this guy way too often. I have to do that smarter. And I'll have well, shit happens. That was bad. I feel like resetting already. You're good? Great to hear. I heard that when you press A and X at the same time, it'll default to ground pound over long jumping. Yeah, A and X. I think it's just the order in which I do Z and X, or Z and A. I think it's the order for me, to be honest, but I don't know. Yo, that trick actually is so cool. Just going there. I like that. Okay. Take your time, Ping. It's not a race. I mean, it is. But I don't like that I screwed that up. That should be good. That should be good. You meant Z? Okay. Let's go. I just yeah. A and Z, yeah. Whenever I do it in the wrong order. Oh, it's at the same time. I thought maybe if I do one before the other, but you just upload a new AMV? Wow. Nice. No, I'm not stuck on the level. I'm speedrunning, so I screwed that up. I was thinking of too many things at the same time there. My brain is not that quick. Oh, it just lagged. That doesn't happen often. I think I would have gotten that first try. It is what it is. You'll see how I do this now. I'm not stuck in the same level. I'm speedrunning, so... Oh, that almost always works, man. What the? It's not working now. Whatever. We're just gonna ignore that happened. I was doing it so, like, without missing at all. Are you serious? Oh my god. My lag rubbed off on you. Horimiya? What is Horimiya? I don't know what Horimiya means, to be honest. Like, I'm gonna be red here, most likely. But it's okay, because it's... Okay, I keep forgetting to change the camera angle. That's what screws me up there. I mean, I did it... I don't know how I triple jumped there, but okay. I did it a couple of times, though, so it's okay. Bad ping. I usually don't mess up this much, Fig. Actually, that's not true. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I could have long jumped there. Great. This run is shit. Ooh. I say that only being on the second split, but does not feel good. That's it. My best was right there at 354. I'm also Horimiya for a few days. What is Horimiya? Hori... For those that don't know, I lived in Japan for 2 years, so my Japanese is... It's decent. Okay, I remember to do it there. Where am I going? Huh? Didn't I... What's going on? I'm such an idiot. Can I just reset? I want to reset, man. I want to reset. Messing up is good. More practice. Yeah, you're right. But messing up stuff that I usually don't mess up on just feels like a waste of time to like continue on with. You know what I mean? And it ruins my confidence for the rest of the run. That was a bad owl. It is what it is. I just gotta slap myself in the face and just pretend that this is my best run right now. It's bitter. I think I gotta get to a certain point where I'm just like comfortable with doing bad a lot. Okay, I'm not gonna long jump here though. I think diving is better. Or at least for me it feels better. Feel my heart was so can let me. I mean, I did implement the thing you told me, which is cool. So if you're right, practice messing up is good. It's more practice, yeah. That definitely helped me by messing that up. That should be good. Please be true. I'm gonna try the thing you mentioned. If I go halfway, okay, that's not halfway. I could just skip that and then long jump. I screwed that up, but okay. Popular Hori and outcast Miyamura learn about each other's true personalities and becomes... Oh, it's a show. Okay. What was the thing with the penguin? I feel like you told me something about the penguin. Or maybe you didn't? Oh, I remember. Instead of... Well, I just messed it up. Instead of walking, I could just jump there. Okay. It's an anime. Yeah, I've never heard of that. It's cool. This is going to be light red, which is good. Okay, that's good. I mean, I'm saying that's good, that's good. I'm still 6 minutes ahead of my best possible time. In other words, please be true. In other words. In other words. I'm probably going to die here. I'm going to try the fire trick thing. I got to be more confident with my jumps. Oh, see what I mean? Shit. It's okay. I don't even want. Nah, I could have gone for it. Shit. All right, it's fine. I got one of them. I tried the fire thing. Didn't work for me. Oh, yeah, you said to long jump here, too. Okay, that's good. That was bad. Get up, get up. Okay, I tried to do the side flip thing there. internet porn. What? This song is really weird. Long jump, Pink. Long jump. Don't be a scaredy asshole, okay? Asshole? How does that make me an ass? I see I tried to long jump from there. Whatever. That's what practice is for, right? Maybe I should have practiced this instead of doing another run. Oh, I did it. I don't like how that looks. Can my camera... I hate the camera thing, bro. Sometimes I change it accidentally. I think I lost the time save there, but just the stupid cam... Again, it changed. I say it changed, but obviously I changed it. See, my problem about long jumping there is that when I long jump, I can't triple jump off of this very easily. I don't know why I did that. I thought it might work. Speaking of internet porn. I'm remembering most of the stuff you told me, right? Oh, that was close. That was close. I'll take it. I remember I think you told me something for this area, but I don't remember exactly what it was. Yeah, that was an accident, but... Huh. I wonder why sometimes the trick works and sometimes it doesn't. Okay. That's good. That's not good. You need to pause for a second after the long jump to triple jump. Okay. I'd rather just do a practice instead of a run for this. But no, I have to do runs. I think the next few days I'm not gonna PB. But I'm gonna get so good at doing certain things like that. Jesus Christ, that was cool. That you know, that I got a long jump right away. Ooh, that I'll improve like look how much better that was already. I know you could long jump there too, but again, scared. I'm too scared. I'm a wussy. That actually worked. Okay, that was kind of bad. I got the coin. I think the story's more mature compared to other high school. Oh, it's a high school romance anime. I don't watch those anyway, but that's cool. The long jump. I got a long jump more often. Oh, that felt so good, but it didn't work. I should probably long jump there instead. Game over. Oi, oi, oi. What's up? I'm just pretty much practicing right now. Don't expect, don't expect any PBs for the next few days. But expect an insane PB in a few days. That's what I'm saying. I'm practicing stuff that I don't normally do, Dino. You don't watch slice of life anime? Nope, I don't like slice of life anime. Well, it feels too real to me. Slice of the life. I said it again. Slice of life anime? Like that. Did you see what I just did, Dino? I'm trying to get that more consistently. I should long jump this too. I don't know why I'm not doing it. How cool was that? Didn't that look professional? Okay, I screwed that up, but the goal is sub 20, not new PB every day. I have been getting PB almost every... Yeah, that's true. I think I could get sub 20, you know, by... Well... I'd rather practice this stuff to get better, I guess, at this point. Even if I get sub 20 a little later. Because then I think I could get sub 19 faster, you know, and stuff like that. Even though that's not my goal. Begging you. Oh yeah, this trick. I completely forgot about. Okay, it worked. That wasn't bad. Oh, and then was it diving? That. Oh, I had to dive one more time, huh? Okay. You don't watch High School Romance anime? Nope. Remember to long jump back to get the second coin instead of triple jumping. Yeah. Yeah. I told myself I'll do that, and then I don't know why I did this way. Let me do this way. Let me not hit this. Ooh, that's so much. And then I see people jump over the pipe to get the star. That always looked scary to me, but doing it like that actually seemed easy. Let's go. Yo, this cable's like broken. I don't know what's going on. That's not good, guys. That's the cable for the controller. Easy. Let's go. I play High School Romance dating sims. Really? Specifically. Oh yeah, one more thing I wanted to ask. Getting Bowser, you have to be close to him, but only at a certain point. When he stops moving, is that when you run towards him? Because I feel like sometimes I run toward, like, I screwed that up. 5.5 minutes. But why? Because watching romance anime makes me feel like like a loser. No, I'm joking. It makes me feel like I want love and I want to look for someone. I don't like that feeling. Because I don't want to spend my time on looking for people right now. Like girls or whatever. Japanese HD? What do you mean by HD? Also, I have to figure out the best way to go around this. I get on fire if I long jump. Screw that up. Piggin doesn't want. I don't want love. Japanese high school? Oh, it's kind of sus, bro. I do want love. I don't want love right now. I have love from friends and family. I don't need love from a romantic partner right now. Very slowly walk towards him while you're in his radius. Wait. Oh my god, I missed. To walk slowly towards who? This is the first time in a long time where I feel very like comfortable. In a long time. Maybe in a few days where I feel comfortable with the run. Because I feel like I'm just practicing. That's like how it felt the first few days I did it, you know? That was gold! We got a gold because of the triple jump. Let's go! Hell yeah. You see, and then I could feel excited about golds. Oh, I forgot to long jump there. Oopsies. I know you told me to triple jump, but I had to practice it to feel more like the fact that I feel like this is like just like a practice run. That was bad. Makes it feel much easier to take those types of risks. Whereas when I feel like I'm going for a PB, it's very hard to push myself to do that. Yeah, wuss, exactly. That's pretty much what it is. I'd recommend to just very slowly walk towards him while you're in his radius. Oh, for Bowser? Again, I forgot to double long jump there. See, I got so used to not doing that. But the fact that I remembered is good, I think. Very slowly walk towards him. Really? While you're in his radius. I thought running around to get his tail is the best way. Is that not the best way? Do you like this song? I could tell you the song afterwards if you remember. Oh, I could have triple long jumped there. You see, I forgot. My bad. Nice, Mario. Nice. Jesus. I hate you, Mario. I think I got it. I think the camera has to be different for this, for me. Okay, let me try to triple jump here. I mean, after you kill him. Oh yeah, because I asked the question. You see, I'm so sorry. I did it. I did the triple jump. So scary. Let's see if I could do the. Okay, I didn't do it. I messed that up. But you know what? This might be I doubt this is gold. Forgot to press the button. God damn it. To get the text as fast as possible. After you kill him, slowly walk towards him. Oh, okay. I'll try to keep that in mind. I feel like MIPS, I'm just gonna I pretty much do it how you said you do it. Maybe a little differently. See? Look at that sexiness, baby. This is a good song. It's a very catchy song, I should say. That might not be good to hold. Ooh, it is. That might be actually good. Did you guys see that? Gold, baby! You should speedrun Ratchet and Clank. It's about 5 times more difficult. Well, it depends what the goal is, right? Like sub 20, I don't think is insanely difficult. But I think I understand. I've seen ads starting in 5 minutes because of Twitch. I apologize, guys. I've seen we've rated people who speedrun it, and I remember seeing the guy trying to go up the mountain, and it was really hard. I guess it reminds me of BLJ's in this game. I was doing the speed really well in the beginning, and now I screwed it up. Someone told me that the bubbles are something you should look at for this as well. I don't know how much that matters, but getting this consistently was something that was very easy for me at one point. Oh yeah, side jumping here, you said, right? First I gotta... Don't get mad, Ping. Ah! What the hell? It like pisses me off. Jesus. Nice, nice. I tried to side flip and that happened. Jump, bro. What, like, how do you not jump? You're like the dumbest goddamn character, Mario. Luigi is so much better than you. It's by the speed that you go there too, right? Okay. What the hell? You know what? I'll take it. I don't know what just happened, but I'll take it. I watched a couple of romance sub-hour, 1 hour should be difficult enough. Okay. I watched a couple of romance animes, but I never felt... I don't think I'll speedrun it, to be honest. I don't think I'm gonna get into speedrunning games, but I might speedrun a couple. I watched a couple of romance animes. I'm gonna try to read the rest of that. Shit. I don't like when that happens. Because it wastes time, obviously, but also because of this. Well, not because... It just wastes time, that's why. Okay, what did I learn here? Change the camera. Oh, side jump here. Oh, that worked perfectly. Yo, let's go. Oh, I can make it. I could have made it if I wasn't a dumbass. I could have made that. 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 Wow, that actually feels pretty cool that I could have made that. Just by implementing the side jump. Literally, because you told me to side jump on that platform. That's what made that so much easier for me. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Oh, long jump here. Let's go. That was good. I would probably make Slice of Life since I watched so many of them. No, you couldn't? I couldn't what? Oh, it is very easy to do. Shit. I hate when he teleports. I feel like that doesn't waste too much time. But that does. Did you find any? Yeah, there's a lot of glitches in this game. Holy moly, local Bowser. Oh, why did I come all the way here? That was I got into my old train of thought there. Oh my god. If that didn't... Oh yeah, walk slowly towards him, right? I walked slowly. Holy moly, local Bowser. There are a couple of glitches in this game. I never felt a need for a girlfriend after watching. Yeah, I don't know why. It's not... I feel the need for love, not necessarily a girlfriend. But from a girlfriend or something, you know? Oh shit. Guys, I gotta get into the mood of getting ready for BLJs. And that was terrible. I tried to long jump. This is probably not gonna be good, but let me try the new thing. Oh, I did it! First try. During a run. Let's go. Okay, that's bad. Oh, I just got it towards the end of the staircase. My fingers. Give me a second, Nico. Okay. I'm not trying too hard because I know it's not a real run too. I'm not gonna lie, but I feel like it takes part of my life away every time I try it for BLJs. Like, I don't think that's enough, but weak sausage fingers. Shut up. Isn't your PB like 2 hours in this game? Okay, Dino. I'm just gonna take my time here. I want to do it in a way that doesn't feel like I'm dying and going to heaven and then going to hell, because that's what it feels like when I do BLJs now. 3 hours. Oh, sorry. I thought it was 2 hours. I love the song, but loops 10-hour version. I don't even hear the song. Listen. Yeah, the song's great. Should I go try hard mode where my heartbeat's gonna go to 140? Alright, I'm gonna do it. You guys ready? I did it. That should clip, maybe? Let's go. I did it. You get nothing unless you try hard. For BLJs, yeah, kind of. That's how it feels, bro. But I feel like it's taking part of my soul away every time I get it. Oh. Okay. Shit. Are you always hard at work? Yeah, I think so. I mean, not always. No, I don't think anyone is. No one is always hard at work. When you're sleeping, right? Yo, my fingers hurt. You ain't really game unless you press it 60 times a second. It's supposed to be 6 to 8, I think, in reality, but... You see, like, I feel like I get it. I don't know why I struggle more at the infinity staircase. It, like, actually pisses me off sometimes. Does anyone know? Like, Fig, do you know? Or Seth. Or, you know, Fig Seth. Do you know why, like... I get it? Like, here. I'll show you right now. And then he starts jumping. I've been told it's because I don't press it fast enough, but I feel like... I feel like I am. I was better at Infinite. Do you not remember? I felt like I was. Maybe I wasn't, but I always felt like I was. Now I feel worse at it. You know why, to be honest? Because he's not straight. Not that straight people rule the world, or like that straight people are better than homosexual people. But like he's not facing straight. Like it feels like a weird angle. Maybe I just got to do it this way. But then you can't see anything. It was always luck? Nah, it's not always luck, bro. Because you aren't pressing it fast enough? Okay. I got it. See, I don't feel like I pressed it. I don't know anymore, bro. I don't know.
Hello there.
Can you shut up? Oh, that's my sister. She's literally right above me. I'm not gonna do the triple jump thing here. I'm actually kind of curious to see if I'll do better now. That was dumb. I love this song. Ah! Okay, nope. Run's over. Run's been over. Gold is over. Nice, nice ping. You're actually good at video games. Emily, I'm busy at work. I'm making money to feed the family, and you're telling me to shut up? What did... I pressed that out of instinct. Oh my god. Nice, nice ping. Nice. Can you please show the Oh, you hear that? Yeah, I mean, I'm done with that area. When I get back to it, you'll hear it again. So, if I do another run. Oh yeah. Let's try this. Bro, I feel like this saves so much time, bro. Ah! Never mind. Huh? What the? I didn't know he does that. Let's just pretend I didn't die there and see how long it takes me. We're at 146. I'm so scared to long jump there. Okay, whatever. Goodbye, everyone. That's how she speaks, by the way. Okay, whatever. Goodbye. Jesus. Okay. I feel more Again, oh my god. I'm so used to pressing it. That's what she said. What? Why would she say that? I'm feeling a gold. I'm not. We got 2 golds though, which is pretty cool. She has a high-pitched voice. Yeah, she does. She goes like, "Hi guys, my name is Emily." I mean, she is 4 years old, so imagine. I love how the bomb just fell off for no reason. Oh, I must jump the wrong way. Bro, I have to get used to which way to jump there too. But that'll come with time, I'm sure. They use the F word in this song. That's not good for stream. Don't hit me, you fascist. Nah, she's not 4.5. Ooh, that was cool. I don't know if I could do that again. Probably not. I think I'm gonna try to go for that bomb first in the future. That was bad. Oh, what? Hey, listen, I'll take it. I'm gonna try to do the down strategy. Oh, it works. But I missed. You got me to ooh with that down pipe. Right? Wasn't that sexy? Always innocent. One of the only rap songs I listen to, but it's not even really rap. I waited so long to perfect that and I still missed. Very smexy. I should get an IQ plus for that and then an IQ minus for what just happened. You guys dare me? Never mind. Hey, why are you giving me mine? You should give me plus for the other part. Plus, we go to 2 things right now, which is pretty sexy. There we go. If I miss this, I'm ending stream. Just kidding. Oh my god. Thank god. I heard IQ minus. No, I said for the pipe thing, I should get IQ plus. And then for that, I should get IQ minus. So it should... Why are you IQ minusing me for no reason? I'm gonna ban you. You can't do that. 35:59. That's so crazy. 35 minutes was insane, like, in the past for me. All right, let's see what best possible time is. 21:32. It was like 21:35 before. Instinct? It's okay. It's okay. You could just leave it now. Okay. My brain kind of hurts. Should we do another run? What do you guys think? Nah, actually, no. I don't care what you guys think. I don't want to do another run. Well, it's not that I don't care what you guys think, but... Feeling pretty tired. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Plus, I don't want to do and make my sister mad again. Yeah, I do kind of want to do that, but it's time to drink cookies and milk. Oh, that would be so good. This is what's on my chest, by the way. You gotta moisten it here, and then you just and it gets your chest in. BLJ time, blowjob time. Oh, BLJ. No. Don't want to annoy her too much. I kind of do, but I won't because I'm a good person. I'm not a good person. I'm a decent person. Thanks so much, Seth, for all your help. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I really hope you enjoyed. Thanks for the gift sub, Dinell. Yeah. Looks like Johnny subscribed, but it didn't show. That's thank you for that if you did. And thank you, everyone. I'll clip so that you can leave it on repeat on loudspeaker. Yes, good idea. Have a great night, though. Sweet dreams. Or a good day, you know, wherever, whatever.